Okay, just give me 1 second. Can everyone see the page that's in front of them?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
All right. Who would like to read that, top of that page there for us? We need a volunteer to read that.
I can see it, but it's too small for me to read.
If everyone would like to.
Yeah, please read.
We, the students and faculty of Harvard, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G. A. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, in brackets GAGUT, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize. We feel that a lecture and discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial to our school by broadening our academic and social awareness. And if you look, you'll see the name scroll down.
Oh, can you zoom it a little more? See if you could. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the head again. Keep on going. Okay. Can somebody read it now better? Hello?
No,
Sai or Charles?
I can't see it.
I can't really see it.
Really?
Actually, no, I can see it. I can see it.
Okay, can you? Okay.
No.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Who was? Okay. Can you all see now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Actually, Sai, you can begin and Charles can read after. I want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
We, the students and faculty of Harvard, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G. A. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, GAGUT, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize. We feel that a lecture and discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial to our school by broadening our academic and social awareness.
Okay. Charles, can you go ahead and read also?
So the whole thing.
Yes, just like Sai did.
We, the students and faculty of Harvard, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G. A. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, gives a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, GAGUT, which has been nominated for the Nobel Prize. We feel that a lecture and discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial to our school by broadening our academic and social awareness.
Okay. Does any of you have any doubt in this document?
I never did.
Okay. What was the folks who participated sent us copies of this from the school. Actually, both Harvard and MIT participated in this, and later on Columbia and all that. So, Sai, you're talking to UCLA. UCLA is a couple of notches below Harvard in terms of world ranking. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Harvard. That's supposed to be the most highly rated school in the world. Financial Times has Harvard as #1. followed by Stanford, followed by Cambridge, followed by MIT. I think USLA, is probably top 10, but it certainly wasn't number one. So now you can see the names. First, you see the signature, and you're going to see the actual name. Do you understand?
Yes.
You see the names there and their signatures. And we took off the social securities because we're not allowed to show that by law. Do you understand?
Yes.
This was a petition to the president of Harvard University, not only by students,
Oh man.
but also faculty. So, Charles, you're going to Harvard. You're going to have this with you. Do you understand?
That's right.
And Si, you're going to have this with you as well.
Okay.
We only got signature from the East Coast. I'm sure there's an equivalent on the West Coast, but they probably have a different form. I guess this was a collaboration between the East Coast universities, because there was some from Columbia as well, and some other universities. But this is the highlight because Harvard is in here, okay? And so you understand, the faculty, professors were in there, students were in there. They demanded the Harvard administration to actually teach them GAGUT. These are the taxpayers of this country. And of course, globally. And Harvard administration, where was the first base of ClayMath, refused to teach these kids GAGUT. As they say here, they wanted me to give a lecture there. Shortly after their demonstration to their administration, Göttingen followed that, which is the Göttingen list, that says every university and all institutions of the world need to study GAGUT for the Central Week of 2005, which is consistent with the demand here. Can you all see that?
Exactly.
Okay. So the administration refused to allow their own professors learn and teach, and their students learn and teach GAGUT.
They refused the God order.
They refused the God order. That's what you all are following now, following through. So what did they do? This is part of the plagiarism. This is an attempt to actually try to ignore. Oh yeah, don't go first, so they can read from it.
Yeah, I'm trying to let.
Yeah, slowly so they can see. Can you all see? I didn't want to hit the wrong key before. Can you all see the road? You can see their names very clear, right?
The students and the professors.
Okay, yeah, professors and students, And notice how nobody hesitated. You understand? They gave their because they wanted the administration to know their intention. You understand?
Yeah.
I
see the plot now though. The plot is thickening. I see how it's just like BBC. They all have the same plot. They don't want to respond, they don't want to answer, but then they sneak behind and try to
steal. Okay? So they deprive the children and the professors, the taxpayers, and not only the ones that are listed here, former professor, even though he was not a mathematician, former Harvard professor, and one of the most illustrious politicians ever to be in this country, Professor Dinah Moynihan, had to wrestle with the National Science Foundation. So he was also fighting this kind of dynamics. On the one side, you had people like that former professor of Harvard, like the ones that we mentioned here, Daniel Moynihan was doing his own thing as a senator. He was horrified to see the kind of dumbness that was demonstrated by the so-called National Science Foundation. And he took them on, and he won. He forced them to open the office of the director of National Science Foundation for me to present GAGUT. That is on the YouTube, or not the YouTube, but another video, VOH, right?
Yeah, I seen it.
VOH. Okay, that's in there.
I seen it. I seen you there.
Okay, that's what Professor Senator Moynihan did. He forced them. He says, "Who are you kidding? You can't stop GAGUT. You better open your director, or we're going to shut you down." That's what Professor Senator Moynihan said to them. Okay? Now, Harvard is in partnership with Clay. If they had allowed the presentation to be made in Harvard, according to this request and petition, Clay would have no opportunity of trying to say he wasn't aware of the Riemann hypothesis solution, or the Navier-Stokes solution, or the Yang-Mills solution, and all the other remaining 5 or 4. You understand? In terms of their GIJs. Before you all came in, I gave a simplistic proof of how every theorem is in GIJ command equal to 0, right?
That is correct.
So, and GAGUT defined mathematics to be a study of theorems or equations that represent those theorems. So if you have all theorems in one theorem, you have solved all the problems in mathematics. That's what makes these Harvard professors and students and faculty and staff so happy, and so they feel so privileged to be able to tell the administration to have GAGUT. As you can say, they would like the broadening of their curriculum to raise them to higher grounds of learning and intelligence. But ClayMath, that appointed itself as the chief robber or chief thief, one that is supposed to steal GAGUT, made sure that Harvard will not allow their professors to learn GAGUT and formally acknowledge it, so they can steal it. Which is because if GAGUT was allowed on the ground of Harvard and MIT, then Harvard administration will be asking Clay, then if all the mathematics is in GAGUT, why are you talking about unsolved problems? So Clay had to make sure Harvard did not. We had one of the Clay MIT Harvard professors. What was his name? Who was the first president of Clay?
Carlson.
No, before Carlson.
Jaffe.
Jaffe.
Arthur
Jaffe was a Harvard professor. I don't know if he's retired now or not. It was around this time that the students were actually asking GAGUT to be brought in. And so, you understand, he was in the math department, Arthur Jaffe. So he made sure GAGUT was not allowed in Harvard or MIT. So Charles Uzogara, you're carrying this with you. Now, there were, from what was sent on to us, between Harvard and MIT, there were more than 415 signatures. Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Did you all hear? Charles, are you listening?
Yes, I heard you. 450 signatures. Yep.
415 was the the numbers that we count, and we can get you all those if you want. Okay, between MIT and Harvard, that's how many people. In other words, this is not a couple of people in Harvard and MIT. 415, or over more than that. That is significant enough, won't you say?
Yes.
Of course.
415 of them.
That's huge.
Okay? So, now that speaks for the entire world, in terms of the world of academia, to have, you understand, one Einstein changed the world. So, as that's an academic. When you have 415, you know that that's a significant enough to represent the world. You understand? And that is just from Harvard and MIT. Columbia had 300. Stony Brook had over 1,000 for one university. Do you understand? Can you all hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. That's what we're dealing with. In other words, this country is suffering today. So you have Clay through first Arthur Jaffe that was set up to steal GAGUT. But as you can see, they're failing woefully. Because now GAGUT is being sung by KRS-One. Do you understand? And Hypnotic Brass Ensemble is singing, has 2 songs about GAGUT already. Do you understand? Do you all understand?
Loud and clear, yeah.
It's being sung across on the street. The shirts are being. Okay? So what you go into Harvard and MIT for is to tell them their plan does not work. Okay? So so therefore that is now okay, you see that's okay. You have 25 on this page here. All right? And okay, and we'll give you from MIT. John, I'm going to need you here. Okay. So now this is the kind of dynamics that has been going. In other words, Harvard, and like I said, the first president of Clay was a Harvard math professor. That is Arthur Jaffe. Do you understand? Folks, do you understand?
Wow. That's the link. That's the link right there.
Yes. Charles, you know, you're hearing that, right? Write his name down, Arthur Jaffe, J-A-F-F-E.
I sure am.
Yes. He was a math professor there. So, obviously, as a Harvard professor and the chairman of Clay, that he unifies Clay and Harvard University. Can you see that?
Yes.
So he spoke for both of them. So in other words, these dynamics, you know, had a participation from Harvard University. And anywhere Harvard University, which is a replay of Cambridge over on this side of the Atlantic, Cambridge is in with that. And where Cambridge is, so is BBC. But there's a contradiction, because Cambridge was replaced by Göttingen. That's a contradiction. And Queen Elizabeth's great-grandfather, August George II of England, founded Göttingen University. And since England was colonized by Germany, Göttingen prevails against Cambridge and Harvard. That's the dynamics. So, John, you coming? Because I need the. Oh, okay. Oh, you had. Oh, okay. But I need you to pull up the actual list. Okay. So you've seen Harvard, and you're going to see MIT, and there's probably a twist to MIT that you'll need to see to believe.
So, Professor.
Yes, go ahead.
Basically, to me, it seems like they can't take, since they didn't get GAGUT, which is the huge general theorem. Now they want to take the products of GAGUT, the specific isolated solutions. Seems like.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a way to chip away at GAGUT. Well, first of all, can you all see that? Can you see?
Yes, I see it. Yep.
Okay. Charles, you can begin, and then Si would read it.
No problem. Okay. So we, the students and faculty of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G.A. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, GAGUT, for which she has been nominated for the Nobel Prize. We feel that a lecture and discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial to our school by broadening our academic and social awareness.
Okay. All right. You can see that. You can look at the list. Okay, in people's handwritings. Okay. Go on looking, and then go to number 24. I like, but before I like you to go back. I want to read it. So we have two readers. Si, can you read the same thing, please?
Yes. It looks a little fuzzy for me.
It looks fuzzy.
For me, yeah, because I'm on my phone. Let me try.
Hold on.
Maybe.
I can see a little bit of it. Professor Gordon, real quick.
Hold on. It's gonna blow it up a little more.
Yeah.
I think I can do that.
Okay.
Can you read it now, or do you need it enlarged?
One more. Just a
Just one more.
Okay. How's that?
That's
great.
it.
That's great. Yep.
Okay.
We, the students and faculty of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G.A. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, GAGUT, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize. We feel that a lecture and discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial to our school by broadening our academic and social awareness.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. So go through now the names. These are the representatives of humanity that is being insulted by.
I see Dmitry
Oh yeah, that's number 20.
Pantenko.
Yeah, let me see here if I can. Okay. Okay. Charles, can you read that also?
Dmitry Panchenko.
Panchenko. That's what
Panchenko. Okay.
Panchenko. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Dmitry Panchenko. That's not a small guy. John, I need for you to show me. Okay, so now you've seen Harvard and MIT, and together, they have over 400. Do you hear what I said? 415. I want you to put the identity of Dmitry. They've all seen. You're going to remember that name, Dmitry Panchenko. I'm going to tell you who Dmitry Panchenko is. Take a look at, make sure the top comes on so it shows MIT. Okay, yeah. And then that the website and all that at MIT, Mathematics Directory and so on. So it comes out loud and better. Okay, that was slightly small. Okay, but but the website is in there, right? So that they know it comes out there. Yeah, well, that has. Can you pull down so you can? Okay. All right. Okay. Can you all see this?
Yes.
I see. Yep.
Okay, that is who Dmitry Panchenko is. It's the red cover thing there. Can you see that? Yes?
Yeah, that's
Woo.
it.
No. Okay.
Switch.
Okay, something's it got switched. Oh, where the hell is it?
I got it. Just
Okay.
don't.
Switch. Okay, we're back. Oh, okay. Are you there? Hello, are you there, folks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it says Department of Mathematics
Oh yeah.
at MIT. Can you see that? Top left.
Yep, I
Now
see
on
it.
the left, you can see the website written there. Can you, HTTP? You see that, right? I'm
Yep.
sorry, on the right, top right, smaller print. Can you see that?
Yep. That's it.
Okay. Can you read the website there, even though it's kind of cut off partial? Can you read what the website says?
There's http://math.mit.edu/EGI
Thank you.
dash
That's
B.
enough. MIT is clear there. Okay, so on the left list there where the list the other professors, you have Park Igor, and then there's Dmitry Panchenko Dmitry. That's the signature you saw number 24 before, right? That's the name, right? Right?
That's right. That's right.
And then to the right of it is actually written, the name is actually written, an associate professor of mathematics. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's happening was the little piece below his name there that says on leave. Did you all notice that?
No.
No, in the red, what do you call it? Circle, no, rectangle there where his name is. They put the two words there on leave. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. That was shortly after he participated in that call on the administration to teach GAGUT. Do you understand?
Wow. They took him for a short trip.
They actually fired him after he did that.
Wow.
So you have to understand how serious this is. Okay. Shortly thereafter, the administration of MIT, who are obviously collaborating with Harvard and ClayMath. In other words, the resistance that led to the fraud of Aquemino, this is where it all started. From Arthur Jaffe, Harvard, MIT, and by extension Cambridge, then CNN and BBC. These are their powerful propaganda tools that were used. This is the dynamics of robbery attempt of the G2j Commander. Can you all see that?
Yeah, that's a long-term approach they took.
Absolutely.
Are trying to take.
Absolutely.
Like a protracted war that they already lost it, but they're still acting like they're in
Exactly.
battle mode.
So you can see this is not
complete ignorance. Complete ignorance.
Thank you. But this is so. Have a concert in MIT, Harvard, but you have to go to the president because recently the president of Harvard was supposedly alerting and telling the MIT community, the Harvard community, to acknowledge their so-called role with the slavery and all that. See, he's supposed to be a good guy. And you understand, Brown University, all the Ivy Leagues played role. They made their money through the terrorizing of the black people. But the word slave is used, so you are looked at as if you are some kind of poor people. That's what GAGUT is corrected. It's, in that way, it's a public relations statement from the president's office. And you all are going to verify that by going over there and say, oh yeah, what happened to Panchenko? Why was Panchenko fired? Because he wanted to teach GAGUT in Harvard and MIT community. Why? So where is the difference? Where is their consistency in terms of saying, oh, what was done so-called with the slavery is wrong, when the slavery, so-called slavery, I don't use the word slavery, and I taught you all that to not buy, because that's a false terminology, and it's a false sense for non-blacks. Because you just saw, although some of you didn't come in on time, we replayed the Yale again. I think that's another Ivy League. Where they proved the non-blacks to be barely qualified to be our slaves. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you all understand?
Sure do. Yep.
Okay. What do I mean by that? The intelligent level, in terms of eta sub n, where the n is the level of intelligence, for chimpanzees is eta sub 15. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. For Jim Crow and the other non-blacks, their intelligence level is eta sub 19. You also know that, right?
Yes.
Okay. For us, in terms of the overall for black people, and mine being infinity, the ultimate, is what triggered not only the research, but what compelled them to drop the Jim Crow factor in their so-called experiment. So therefore, but the figure they put for black people in terms of eta sub n was eta sub 28. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, so you have eta sub n for blacks. I'm sorry, eta sub 28 for blacks, eta sub 19 for non-blacks, and eta sub 15 for the highest level of animals. Do you understand?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
But animals qualify to be human slaves. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. So the gap between the slaves and the lowest human is 15 or 19 minus 15. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So that is 4. The gap between the non-blacks and the blacks is 28 minus 19, which is 9. Do you understand?
Understood.
So if 4,
Number 9.
if a gap of 4 is what is required for you to have people as your slaves, you can see how the non-blacks are way, way below the minimum threshold for them to be our slaves. Can you see that? Can you all see that, Sai and Charles? Can you see that loud and clear?
I can
Loud
see
and
it.
clear, yep.
They needed to be 24 to qualify to be our slaves. But
Wow.
they were way below that. They were far below the minimum level. So they were. So therefore, when we talk about slaves, you have to understand who is the slave and who is the master. Can you all see that?
Yes.
That is what you need to wake up to. That's what is GAGUTical. So when somebody is still using that word slave to refer to black people, just like the 3/5 as opposed to 5/3, they're pulling off their inferior credential and slapping it on us. Can you see that?
Definitely.
Yes, yep.
So what you do is pull it off and throw it back and say, hey, take your dirty clothes. Do you understand?
Clean it up. That's right.
Can you all see that, gentlemen? That's extremely important. Do you
I
understand?
see it.
All right. Now, so therefore, but Harvard is saying, oh yeah, they want to play a role. That's all psychology. No, 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 no. Our superiority is what we're talking about here. And that superiority is going to Harvard and say, let's forget about the slave and all this. Because the only slaves are you. But you don't want to get caught up in that process. You want to be allowed into the math department to teach them the G2j solution that's infallible to the Riemann hypothesis. Do you understand?
Yes.
Arthur Jaffe refused for the G2j to be presented in early 2000. He refused. And that's where Clay, because Clay came in 2000, and when we put in our, it must be either 2000 or somewhere there, and we sent in to Arthur Jaffe email claiming was them to pay me for the Riemann, I'm sorry, the Navier-Stokes first, and then the Young Mills, and then the Riemann was supposed to be following. They received the mail and refused to respond. So, because this is how that machinery was being set up. And as time moved on, especially after Göttingen followed these signatures and say, yes, you must teach GAGUT in every university. That includes Harvard and MIT. Do you understand? Do you all understand?
That's right. Teach it.
Okay. And as you saw last broadcast, you saw also where an MIT professor wrote a recommendation letter for the Presidential Medal of Science. Okay? Remember that? Professor John DeGonji. He recommended GAGUT for the Presidential Medal of Science. As he was doing that, just like you saw, they put this guy on leave and then eventually fired him. He's no longer at MIT. That's the nature of our attack on GAGUT. So you can see the connectivity of the attack, the one that is that BBC is they think they're doing public relations. The so-called apology that you all saw, and we could, John, we're going to need to flash that up so you can see how that connects with this, what is going on here. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So now, please ask questions, and let's hear your comment. Okay?
Professor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Still, I hear like people, they say, you know what? I don't even believe in God. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. Right. If I only believe in what I see, right. I can't see it. I don't believe in it. I just don't believe in God.
Right. Yes. So
I want to know. So I want to know. Like we have GAGUT, and GAGUT represents God. It comes from God. How do you convince somebody who's an atheist? They think they're so superior. I don't believe in God. I don't see it, and because they're basically basing their idea of God off the Bible. That idea of God, not necessarily how you may say, for instance, do you believe in life? You know what I mean, or something like that. They're just saying, the biblical God. But when they say God, they're just saying there is no God, period. The biblical God, no God. and they're just saying that. How does one combat a person who says that? Because it seems like nobody has an answer for them. They just say, well, well, Jesus is real and you're bad, and it just turns emotional.
Well, first of all, I mean, see, just because somebody says they are atheists, yeah, but you got to enlarge it. So yes, okay, yeah, that's the one. That's the one. We'll start with that, and then we're going to follow up with their response. Okay, now the whole atheist has been busted forever through the GIJ, comma J equal to 0. Okay, that's what you need to understand. So what does GIJ, comma J equal to 0 say? It says that it's a revelation from God that infallibly, God to Professor G. Oyibo, that infallibly proves that all theorems, meaning every reality, and all equations, which is what represents a theorem. That's in other words, an equation is nothing but a representation of a theorem. So equation, is how you represent a theorem. Past, present, and future originate out of one invariant, Gi. Do you understand? You got to follow that very carefully. Do you all understand?
So our question, pretty much when you look at, so even though you'd be an atheist, but you start to understand why G, I, and J actually equate to God, and then you look at the description of God and you see G, I, J, wouldn't that be a better way of understanding it in a mathematical sense than instead of a religious sense?
But let me go over the theorem first, Charles, and then we work with what you say. Do you understand? You see, how do that actually go so I can read this part's not as important as the content there. This here. Okay. Yeah, okay. I need a call. Now, so it's a revelation. What is GAGUT? It's a God order revealed to Professor G. A. Oyibo that infallibly prove that every reality, every and all reality, which is what we call a theorem or theorems, a provable truth, infallibly provable truth. That's what a theorem is. And it's a reality. You are a reality. You can touch yourself, and I can prove, your reality through GAGUT. Can you all understand that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes. And all equations that represent each and all of those realities. That's all equations are. They represent reality. The infallible truth that's represented by equations. Past, present, and future originate out, or in other words, come out of one invariant. Just one invariant, Gi, which infallibly defines God. So that's what the definition of God is.
Okay.
That's the GAGUTical definition. Is infallible. That's what the definition of God is. It is the origin of every theorem or every reality comes out of or originate out of that, that set. It's a set that contains all realities, all theorem. That's a set. One set, one invariant contains all of realities, all theorems. Represented by GI, which infallibly defines God. And the definition of God comes in, it is the universal set that contains all of these realities. That is what is called God. It's like a womb where all children comes out of.
So literally, it's like it matches the exact, so literally, it's like it matches the exact same concept in a macro scale.
That's right. It's the totality. The smallest and the biggest all come out of that set. The universal.
So everything in nature pretty much, like say like how a tree gives birth to another seed, or how a human gives birth to how any other
as long as it's reality.
Okay, and then that's our reality.
Yes, all of them collectively come out of that one invariant, GI. And that definitely is the infallible definition of God. God as the creator, as the ultimate mother, as the ultimate.
So when someone says, "No, I don't believe in God, I'm an atheist," you could tell them that God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence called the universe that can expand.
Can't expand. It can't expand. It's unbounded. So, but it's a set. So you can see it is a set. It's a universal set that we can expand. So now,
I got another question, Professor.
No, let me finish. So therefore, that one invariant GI, in the broader sense, has orthogonal components GIJ, and since it's an invariant, universal invariant, the change in it is automatically zero, which is the exact constraint that helps you geometrically trying to verify and prove that theorem. Do you understand?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
That's what it means to say Oyibo has been ordained the ultimate intelligence. You can see I'm not mentioning words. And what I said, so therefore, what's your verification of that theorem, of such a theorem? How do you, so a simple way to prove that the theorem is, okay, if it's a universal set, which contains all sets of realities, then the proof of its existence is that you can verify there's one thing that exists, there's one reality. Can you see that?
Yes.
The most obvious reality to yourself is yourself, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
Your very existence proves the existence of the GI. Can you see that?
Right.
And when you add your friend Charles to that, hey, you got, then you look around, you see all these pretty sisters around. You can count as many as you can really. You understand me?
The creators.
Huh?
As many as I want.
So then, Professor, I have another question. So since man and woman are the creator, how would that relate to GAGUT? Because they say the female is also kind of the creator as well. But see, since our reality shows both male and female, how GAGUT can explain both?
In other words, how does that? This is a little you diminish it a little bit.
No, it's not. It's not the screen.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I know you were going to do something. Okay, so now you're asking about the dynamics of male and female.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Okay, okay. I mean, what was your specific question with regard to that?
How? See, it's always been told that the female is the one that's the creator, but since you mentioned reality, our reality shows the male and the female must be.
Yeah.
So
Well,
based on GAGUT, how does that show?
yeah. Well, that's where you get a little, personalities come in. God transcends all that.
Okay.
Yeah, that is, it's not a war of the genders.
Okay.
There's no such a thing. Everybody's complementary. Everybody created to complement,
So pretty much what you're saying is that if the male and female meet, it's just another way of glorifying God, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you understand? You just come out. See, in other words, okay, folks who come, because I did a piece on the connectivity between, well, some of the earlier presentation, presented the whole creation story as, unifying all the three major accounts, which is what is referred to as the Holy Books, which is nothing but an African philosophy that says the Word of God is how creation came in. And it sounded like it sounded like a Big Bang in science. And then, it's what the science called the Big Bang, which is the Word of God. And, and then it sounds like a roaring waterways of none, which was actually indicated in the Shabaka stone. So, folks who have a history, especially in regards to Shabaka stone, basically came to a conclusion that, okay, therefore, GAGUT always existed in the Shabaka stone. That's you might, if you said that, you might as well say that earlier great-grandfather, in terms of Akhenaten, had all of GAGUT, so that is a non-quantitative kind of dynamics. The Shabaka stone story is what you call a conjecture, which GAGUT proved in terms of, okay, the roaring waterways of none. First, there were no quantization, there was no equation for the wave. It just indicates a wave. I mean, that. So our folks oversimplify, and that's what happens when you don't understand.
Yeah, okay. I like that because a lot of people, and I'm not going to say no names, they take it and they really oversimplify it. I'm glad that you said that because, like you say, you are unique in giving it a quantitative approach. That's totally different. That's totally different.
Yeah, yeah. Folks have come to me and say, "Oh yeah, well, you just Imhotep come back. That's all." And I said, no. Sure, Imhotep was what was called a polymath. And if you probably read in your books, and tell the audience about your books. The two of you are here. Don't stop telling them about what you're getting from the books. Extremely critical.
The books are amazing. Well, keep going, Professor. But the books, they're gonna be blown away because when you see how he unified mathematics, you're gonna be blown.
Well, but
keep going. We want more. We want to hear you.
What happens when you're in my position You understand? It's hard. That's why I want to get you all up. When you start going in my direction, all you need is to go you can never reach where I am. None of you can. It's going to take you forever. Okay? But when you begin to feel my path, you're going to be changed. The state God has put me is a state of heaven. Guys, for people who can't understand the difference between Shabbat Kasson and GAGUT, it's going to be hard for them to understand that. Yeah.
And these are people who've been with you for almost 20 years. I mean, not been with you, but they've known of you for almost 20 years, and they still don't really understand.
And the danger is that, okay, so you had Shabbat Kasson, what did that do for you? So when you say Shabbat Kasson is exactly GAGUT, you become an anti-black, because it's like saying Einstein, Jewish people has Riemann or MC squared, and it meant nothing. You understand? It did nothing for them. That's not what happened. You understand?
So pretty much, GAGUT is far beyond the Shabbat Kasson.
Far beyond.
It's a trillion Shabbat stones. Multiply that to power of a trillion. See, that's if you don't have especially we don't have people who basically have historical background. That's
the key right there. That's the key. See, we're so happy to be finally getting consciousness. So the history has blown us away. We're just so blown away. But the quantified, which you said came through when Newton kind of put a little bit of quantified in the Western world. But you came in. Right. See, we're so blown away by the qualitative and the history.
Makes so much sense now.
And I think you said that. They'll let you have history all day. They don't mind. They'll let you have the history and the word and everything like that. But this right here, they'll shut you down as soon as you even say something about this right here.
Exactly. Because you just getting conscious of GAGUT is so scary for them. That's why they have Arthur Jaffe and everybody else, Harvard. That's why you got to see this.
Hey, Professor, you said something about Sandra Bland. You said how she was getting conscious, and you know what? And they hate that, and they wanted to kill her. It was just a conscious sister, Corey Gaines, that just got shot in Cleveland. You could see all her other posts, and she was conscious as well. And they knew about her, and they targeted her. And you could see she's talking about getting conscious, being getting about yourself. Of course, coming across her history and different things like that. So it's exactly how you say when they see you get conscious, they start to get on alert, and they really attack you.
So what happened to the sister
the sister and I think I believe she's in Cleveland or Baltimore. They tried to they basically they were harassing her for a long time, the police, and she was always videotaping it, and then finally they came to her house supposedly for traffic tickets, and she decided to live stream it on Facebook, and she had her son in there with her, and the police ended up shooting and killing her, shooting her son. And this was just 2 days ago, and so now everybody's talking about it right now. But what happened was Facebook ended up the next day. The police told Facebook to shut her Facebook page down, and so her live stream was taken away. But other people had already been on her page, and so they had been able to see her previous tweets. So you could see her, maybe 2 months earlier. Videotaping her when a police officer comes up and she's talking to him. You don't know my right. I know my rights. I know who I am. Who are you, officer? This and that. So you can see she's conscious. Then you see other posts with her reading poems like, the white man is below us. He's our, he's this, he's that. They did this to us. We're kings, we're queens. You can see her like that. And then just to see her 2 days later. And then it reminded me, like you said, of Sandra Bland, when you see a conscious sister and then they just get blown away like that.
Right. Well, so again, send us some more information with regards to what I haven't been on on the thing to pick that up, but send some of that information to us. You see, the most critical part, of course, is the mind. And the ultimate dynamics of the mind is what GAGUT represents. So there are challenges getting you off track with GAGUT. John, are you taking that? John?
Yes.
You hear that? Okay, so what happens is, may her soul rest in perfect peace, and her spirit is in here with us, and I'm glad you remember that. What's happening is a couple of things. Before they started killing the brothers and sisters as a result of GAGUT, well, first of all, it's all related to GAGUT. You may not all know that. Okay, it's related to GAGUT.
Now I'm starting to see that now, definitely.
Yes. It's all response to GAGUT. After the GAGUT story exploded in 1999, what happened was the non-blacks began to commit mass, or they say their suicide rate went up very sharply.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, and that is true. I think Pat Buchanan, he wrote about that. He was saying, and also their suicide rate is going up, and their drug addiction is being fueled too by that as well.
Because the illusion of them, the illusion of 5/3 as opposed to 3/5.
Hold on, I got Sonia on the line. Well, let me see. Why is she? Let me see. Hold on.
I'm trying to get her an invite. Just give me a second.
I'm answering her call. Okay, you got it? Okay. She's calling in to me.
You understand? So,
okay, go ahead, Professor. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So GAGUT shredded all that. GAGUT demolished that for good. Like Einstein said, politics is for the moment. They're killing, first of all, the people that are killing do not understand life. They don't understand the meaning of life. They have no clue that life, as something designed by God, is designed to be holy because it came out of the holiest creature. That's the GI, the universal set. Now, and because of God's, definition as the ultimate intelligence, there's no room for error in that design. Nor is there any limitation, in such a product of ultimate intelligence. Therefore, life was designed to last forever. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Okay, so now it takes high intelligence to understand what I just said. The tiger does not understand that, what I just said. Do you realize that?
Wow. Because I swear, they got me from before I had GAGUT. Like everybody else, you just think you're supposed to die. I mean, I was just reading this paper. This guy said, I think he's 70 years old. He said that they just gave him a pill because he has cancer, and the pill is going to allow him to slowly die.
That's right.
And he's fine with it. He hasn't took the pill yet. He just said that when he starts feeling the pains and the fatigues, he's just going to start taking the pill so he can slowly die. And I said, wow, these people have no idea of GAGUT.
Absolutely. That's what I mean. You send people like that over our way.
Can you check now?
Because you understand, that's why that's the only real explanation. This is extremely important. And I want you to just,
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
just digest it for a second, and digest it for a second, and I'll come and just give you a proof of that kind of dynamics. Okay?
Please hold, everyone.
Yeah, just think about what I just said. Life is holy and designed to last.
Hi, Sonia.
Hey, how you doing?
Sonia. How you doing, Miss Blake? I can't hear nothing. I see you on mute, Sonia, but I can't hear you.
You hear me? Yo, Sean, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Sonia, can you hear me?
You can't really hear you, Sonya.
I can hear you, Charles.
I hear you
Can't
too.
hear. Yeah. I think the hoodie, he slipped off the La La Land. He went to sleep.
I mean, he is from Nigeria, so who knows?
What time is it over there?
Glasses,
Probably like 5, 6? Wow.
yeah.
What I said in terms of life. Life is designed by God to be holy and to last for eternity. The proof is very simple. An apple comes out of the apple tree, just like an orange comes out of the orange tree. So life that comes out of God, that is the holiest existence, has to be holy. And then, because what limits the time of existence and the integrity of any design is the intelligence of the designer. So therefore, since God not only has the totality of intelligence, but God is the totality of intelligence, there is no reason why a product that, which comes out of God would have any blemish or any limitations, including a limitation in terms of time. And therefore, that explains God life was designed by God to last forever.
You're also saying we're perfect? Yeah, I never heard that we were perfect. I keep hearing we're imperfect. You're saying that we're perfect, Professor?
Yeah, we were designed to be perfect beings in terms of.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you understand now.
They tell us you can't. They tell us you can't be perfect. You can't be. No, nothing can be perfect. You can't be perfect. That's what they always been telling us.
Pretty much for the people who try to get these surgeries, that they are wrong, is what you're saying.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. So the imperfection, in other words, yes, cranial capacities, vary and all that, but like, unfortunately, the so-called holy books are philosophies, African philosophies stolen from Africans, and then they put label on it to divide people so they can fight and die. Those are the dynamics of the source of death.
Yeah, that's true. I have another question.
Yes.
When it comes to what those, like say those African philosophies, when related to GAGUT with those African philosophies, how do they intertwine? Is GAGUT bigger than the philosophy, or what would you say about it?
Yes. Well, GAGUT, see, the journey to Shabaka stone has, origins way before Shabaka stone.
Mm-hmm.
So we were always ahead of every other human set in terms of intelligence. The Ma, you understand? Ma. I wish Dahir was around. So you could, just like the name Gala. Gala is the name for the ancient Africans. The ancient Kemetic people were called Gala people. That's why a group in Ethiopia today called Oromo, the original name was Gala. As a matter of fact, in a good part of what we call Ethiopia today was called the Gala land. Even Wikipedia, that doesn't have anything about GAGUT, has that in Wikipedia. Gala land. So when you go into South Carolina and you hear about Gala and ditches, that's a journey from Ethiopia to South Carolina. And then quickly they infuse in that, say Igbo landing. Do you understand? So Gala
sure
is
do.
okay. Igbo landing in South Carolina. That's part of the Gala experience. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes,
so
Igbo
pretty
landing.
much So pretty much you're saying that, of course, obviously, the spirituality of Africa relates and the ancient Galas
Absolutely.
relate more to GAGUT than
Yes.
other. Okay.
Yes. If there's one name that we should all bear, is Gala. And then Gala. That's our real name. Gala. So
And it makes sense.
Yeah, the others are nicknames. Those are nicknames. You understand?
Like Johnson.
A journey that starts from Ethiopia and Kemet and went all the way to South Carolina. That's not a joke.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long journey. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So the Galas in Nigeria like Gala music from Congo. And they think, well, that's surprising. That ain't surprising. Those are Lingala. They sing in Lingala. Language of Gala people. So that's one day a non-black went in there tried to cause trouble when the black people from all over the world, including Brazil, are listening to Franco and Luambo and all this other singing Lingala music. And they were all having fun, and somebody there, and he must be non-black, just to cause trouble, he says, well, I think I like Nigerian music better. Everybody's having fun listening to Lingala music, okay? And out of nowhere, this guy comes and says, oh, man, this is no big deal. This is no good music. Nigerian music is better. And that's really...
Because it was the original, where the slaves came from.
You understand? So, and of course, apparently began to fight. Say, well, if you're Nigerian, what are you doing here if you don't like Congo music? That is the dynamics of the divide and conquer. That's the dynamics of how they cause real serious problems.
Yeah.
That was not a black person doing that. Okay? Yeah. So anyway, so what we're talking about then is, okay, so life is so precious, okay, that a person that has intelligence will see life like I see life. See, you hear about Oyibo having the ultimate intelligence, but Oyibo has the ultimate love. That's a part you probably don't know. You see? And because the more intelligence you have, the more you love. And love, the true love is so powerful. You can feel it. So, so it takes intelligence to love. It takes intelligence to understand the preciousness of life. You understand? A robot can destroy life. A robot, meaning something that has no brains. Do you understand? Something that has no brains. After all, the bullet doesn't have brains. The bullet can take life. So if life can be taken away by brainlessness, that's not really something to brag about, unless you're an idiot. Why don't you try the other end of it? Why don't you try to create life?
Yeah, I like how you gave the story about how you said that somebody, I think the priest had came on the soldier, and then he said, can you take your sword and chop the branch off?
That's right.
And the soldier chopped the branch off, and then the priest told the soldier, okay, now can you put it back on the tree?
Yeah. He looked like him like an idiot that he is. That's exactly what we're talking about. There's nothing to brag about by a police going after a black mother. That's the dumbest thing anyone can do. He's so dumb, I mean, you understand? It's so pitiful. But okay, so you in 1999 you heard about the suicide after GAGUT exploded. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Because their very worst nightmare, erupted. And then a year later on they put up ClayMath. That's what you're dealing with. For them, they see ClayMath, fraud, and BBs and all that as a survival technique. But in the process, they failed to realize that as soon as GAGUT came out, we provided a protection for America just like Professor Carver did. He fed the folks that were killing our people. He fed them to keep them alive, which is a show of intelligence. Okay? God has made me the most powerful human creature ever created. And as I've given some people a sense, you understand, I can actually tune the solar system and ignite it. You understand? I know that sounds extremely unbelievable, but hey, I know the location of the planets. You understand? I know their constitution of the Afro-Trojan. You just tune them to the point where the oxidation can happen. That's how you explode every piece of it. I don't need to be near them before that happens. The only thing is, after that is done, where do I stay?
Exactly.
Where
You
in the book can
you don't
understand
want
that
life
part?
to die.
You understand? That's what we're talking about. So, the killing and destruction is extremely easy. Creativity
Who's
is what
washing
is.
dishes?
Yeah.
Oh, I think
Sorry.
so.
So, but let me give you additional piece,
Yeah.
so you know what is happening. Now you're supposed to be impressed and be scared. Don't you be scared. Think GAGUT. And the reason they're doing that is because you don't have the GAGUT monuments in the city halls. The Jewish people did that. What you're seeing is, that's why you have to listen to me. It doesn't take much to put like Sihon, has on his car. All of you can have that on your cars. That's a beginning. In New York City, there's a black burial ground. You want to set up a large GAGUT monument in there. In Baltimore, there are places like that. Okay? There's even a place that was named after Harriet Tubman here in Brooklyn. You slap the stamp, the monument in there. That's when this killing is going to stop. And the sisters and the brothers who are acting individually, they need to come together and sing the tune of GAGUT all together. That's what was done by the Jews. The Jews were in the gas chambers. On arrival of E=mc squared, that busted the doors of the gas chambers, and they all came out right onto the Federal Reserve. Do you all understand?
And so it wasn't it wasn't a qualitative Bible and those philosophies
Exactly.
and the Shabbat stone, and it was
Absolutely.
the quantitative approach.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And Philip Matthews and all these others need to rise on to the higher grounds.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, along with everybody else. See, while I'm here talking, I could be doing anything else anybody else would probably like to do, but the God order says I have to be doing this right now so that lives can be protected. What the killers are doing is to tempt you to play their game, but you are too superior to play their game. So the challenge is how to stop them. Do you understand? How to stop them without killing a life. Are you all listening? This is extremely important.
Yes.
That's what God used me to do. Do you understand? God used me to win the ultimate war. The race war has ended. I should know I was the general that was used by God to end the race war. And the verdict is out. It is Gij, comma j equal to 0, because in every war the purpose is to prove who is more intelligent. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Exactly.
The purpose of every war, the goal of every war, is to determine who is more intelligent. When God ordained me with ultimate intelligence, it ended this race war totally. So the stuff by the police is what you call a reactionary war. So now, so you have to fight a reactionary war like God used me fighting the real war. You understand? I won the war without spilling any blood. Of course, they've been killing our people, including the sisters that have been killed right now, as a reaction to that. But it cannot revive the war because the war is over. The result has been decided in Gij, comma j equal to 0. In the process, God ordained a black man talking to you now with ultimate intelligence and forced them to surrender to that God order by declaring the black race as being the most intelligent race. That can't be changed by any war again because the ultimate war has been fought. That decision is made forever. So, it is in our interest to ensure we rescue them from suicide. What is being tried by them is suicide. To challenge to kill a black mother is the clearest way for somebody during this point of GAGUT age to be asking for, to be committing suicide. That's what it is. So you're not going to give them. In other words, the whole essence of a war is not only to win, but to make sure your opponent stays alive to see you with your victory, to see you in your glory. Do you all understand? Do you understand that or not?
Like chess.
Should I go over that again?
Yeah,
No,
So say it again, please say it again.
All right.
we understand, Professor.
Thank you very much. Because what happens is, what's the purpose of winning a war when your opponent is dead? Where's your glory? Do you understand? You understand? Who are you going? I mean, Muhammad Ali, as much as he wanted to knock everyone out dead, no, he wanted quite a few of them to survive. You understand? So they can hear him say, "I'm the greatest." Now you kill your opponent, he's not going to hear that you are the greatest. Then who you singing you're the greatest to? That doesn't make any sense. When the war was over, I had congratulations from every corner of the globe. Now that is how you want to win a victory. And more important, that's how God wins God's victory. God does not kill even the bad boys. Because otherwise they won't be in the plane they're supposed to be in order to watch God's glory. And even though they've been trying to kill me forever, you understand, each time they see GAGUT, they see a piece of God in terms of victory and love for black people. And anytime God shows love for any people, there's always jealousy, there's always hate, there's always bad feelings. So, but you must.
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
Say if like say for instance, I want to try and send this love away to some other black people. How would I be able to send it from where I'm at?
Okay. Okay. First, you have to learn the love, and that means you have to watch the way I live my life.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta help get every black family get GAGUT books. The 2 books that you all have, especially.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one is the original book. They all need that. That is love. That is, you understand? That is the GIJ, comma J equal to 0 and eta sub n are the totality of the God order. That means that's the whole universe. You talk about holy books, that's the holiest, ultimately holiest book ever. Because it's the totality of all the truth in one tiny bit of equation. That equation, that tiny bit is the totality of all the books. So you want every person, every black person, especially those who are mourning our mother and our young brothers who have been slaughtered. But you are not in a position, you're supposed to be terrified and no. You've been killed because you're not aware of GAGUT or not aware of what you need to do now that GAGUT is here. That's why you must attend your briefing every month. And what you need to do is to set up a program where you make your donation to the Institute, either through a monthly contribution, so that you can attend as many monthly presentations for the rest of your life.
It never stops.
Yes.
That's
So
what I do.
Yeah, you
But
go.
it's small, but that's what I do.
Yeah. Thank you, Sai, for pointing that out. That's what you need to share with everybody else. And Charles, actually,
Yeah, mine is on automatic on PayPal every month.
yes, and Charles is probably going to get that. Except Charles started and the denomination was too big. So Charles, what you need to do is to divide the denomination either by 10 or by 20. Do you understand? Do you understand? Your 400, you reduce it to as much as you can handle.
Okay.
That. In other words, keep it going. That's a good spirit, and that's what your friend Asai has done.
Okay.
And you understand, once you do that, what happens is it sets you up where you have to be regular. But in the process, you want to also understand and see the value of it.
Okay.
For the brothers and sisters who, say, well, I'm going to go to the YouTube and all that, you're not going to get anything out of it. One reason,
So pretty much it's just asking the questions each time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. See, in other words, it is the whole idea of value in terms of something that you don't understand its value, you can never get anything useful out of it.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So you can come into the GAGUT class and, you don't spend anything. The way that comes is the way it's going to go. It's the nature of human dynamics.
Wow, that's very interesting. It's like the law of compensation.
Exactly.
Yeah, wow, that's interesting. So you think you're getting over, but you're actually fooling yourself.
You're getting nothing. You got nothing. You have to appreciate something. As a matter of fact, when somebody gives you something, that's why in African dynamics, nobody wants to be on the receiving end. Okay, somebody gives you something in one form, you return the favor in other words, but there's a tendency to balance. The reason is because only folks who are not blessed, okay, will be receiving something for nothing. Because the real money is intelligence. So if somebody gives you a product of their intelligence and you receive it without reciprocating, it's the same thing as you saying you have no intelligence. Can you see that?
So the same reason as to why something expensive, like say some of these laptops and TVs are made is because of what the intelligence was made to create it as complex as it is, as to how
That's
you're analogizing with the idea.
exactly, and that came with Jim Crow.
Okay.
That came with Jim Crow, and you must shake that off.
Mm-hmm.
That is why, see, because it's part of how you end up at accepting you are poor. That's the worst insult you can get. But it's not just the worst insult, but it's also untrue. It's totally untrue. It's the worst lie you can tell. It's like me saying I'm poor. Do you understand? How could I say I'm poor? I'm the richest creature ever created.
That's
Because,
like that saying they have, Professor. Oh, I'm sorry. About to say something?
yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay. That's like the saying they say that when there's this saying in relationships when people say that if a man relies on his money, he's poor, but if he relies on his intelligence, he will always be rich because it's through the
Exactly.
intelligence that he'll be able to make as much or do whatever he
Yeah,
wants to do.
yeah. Because the only thing you use money for is to buy a product of intelligence.
Yeah, as a tool.
That's all. That's all. That's
Yeah.
all. See, and you see what's happening with Bill Cosby and all that, because we didn't really understand that part well enough. You understand? Although
Mm-hmm.
they're viciously attacking him and everything, but he could have done something slightly different. Every black person that went into that Hollywood business ended up being poor, from Sammy Davis to uh, the guy on the moving on up, the Jeffersons. Can you believe Hemsley can never be poor? He died poor, supposedly. They stole all the money from him. Because that kind of money is not the real money. The Jim Crow dollar is worthless.
Because it comes from the intelligence, the three-fifths of Jim Crow.
Eight as of 19 cannot be worth much.
Yeah.
I will have 8 as of 28. That's it. So the evidence that you have 8 as of 28 is in the way you conduct business. The GAGUT book is there, the most expensive book, period. You go and buy that. That's how you show your wealth. Because you can't be expecting the biggest, the most, the holiest book to be sold at nothing. That's an insult of God. Then you've devalued it. Nobody's going to even buy it. At 1625, that's where it belongs. So maybe you can't pull that out of your pocket. Hey, get a few brothers and a few sisters, like the brother from Washington State did. Brother Thomas, he got this group together and they pulled off 1625 and they got hold of the book. That's not something difficult for any of you. You can do it. But if you do not understand its value, you're going to say, well, until they bring it to 2 cents, I'm not going to buy it. That's where you lost your mind. And that's what needs to be revived. But let me give you a sense of what it is like to be killing black women, black mothers. Those are my mothers. Those are my, and I'm the most powerful. Anybody that touches my mother can only be considered as suicidal. And they know that, but the reason is because they do not have enough intelligence to know the value of life. When they talk about thick skin is, not only do you not care about blowing somebody else's life away, you don't care about blowing your own life away either. So that's not much of intelligence. Somebody's trying to trick you into that kind of mode. It's a challenge. But just like God used me, in other words, I was supposed to engage in some killings and, mowing people down, mowing countries down and all that before I win the war on GAGUT. No, that wasn't necessary. It's here today. You can touch it. GIJ, comma, J equal to 0. You can touch it. It's done. It can be changed. So the reaction from the other party is to try to pretend, get you into a fraudulent state where you can agree with them there's still another war to be fought. There's no purpose for any other war. It doesn't matter how many black women and black men they kill, they cannot turn around to be the most intelligent race. It's impossible.
So technically, we are the most precious based on the order of God or the creation.
And the ones that try to kill you are the ones that are down, they don't fear any fall. You understand?
So technically, we wouldn't really have to do anything but just sit and watch.
No, what you do is you wear your GAGUT shirt.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay.
You wear your GAGUT shirt. You put up the GAGUT monument, GAGUT equation. I've not heard any real group working on that yet. If you want to stop the killing, set up the GAGUT. That's what was done by the Jews, and it worked instantaneously. Because, see, they're not seeing GAGUT in any of the lives of the people they're killing. Yes, they're scared a little bit about, the African attire, okay, which is powerful. But the GAGUT is the ultimate. The GAGUT not only combines your Africanness and the blackness, but the power is very clear. You understand?
So pretty much when Albert made the monument, that let everybody know you shouldn't attack Jews, is what you're saying.
That's what is the most serious priority right now. And of course, that you raise the $7 million so you stop Jim Crow's fraud in terms of Clay. That's what's the purpose here. In other words, Clay and the Clay institutions that you just saw, the piece of Harvard and piece of MIT, and you have seen the piece on the, well, actually what's on the screen now, if you're watching, is the complaint about the BBC role. Can you all see that? Can you see that?
Yeah.
See on your screen? Okay, it says.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, well, that's it there. Henry Gross, one of our staff, complained to the BBC, and this is the actual complaint. And it's World Service Radio, that's the BBC. And then, complaint category, harm to individual and collective black people, harm to us, an organization, and our university and everything else. And then it says, complaint title, claims that BBC has plagiarized an article. Harvard has part of that plagiarizing, meaning steal or try to steal the G2j solution to the Riemann hypothesis, and by extension to the GAGUT altogether. So what's happening is, and specifically, it was indicated that my assistant, Henry Gross, Professor Henry Gross, clearly told the BBC that Professor Oyibo, Gabriel Oyibo, was the first original person to solve all mathematical problems that includes the Riemann hypothesis. With Jim Crow trying to use a divide and conquer, try to use a black face. Okay, 25 years after the problem, the solution has been presented. That is how pitiful their dynamics is. But and for your own survival, that needs to become, you understand, a focus for you. That will stop the killing. You can't be sitting down and be just listening and doing nothing. So you must distribute the books. You buy, get discount, distribute all those books. Go from door to door if you have to. Go to the communities. You have to wake the rest up, because what you lack right now is the collective power, which the Jews literally wrote scripts for Einstein. So from little is equal to MC squared into Manhattan Project, into the Federal Reserve, into everything else. Now, GAGUT has taken on the fast train right into the White House or the Black House where you belong. But since most of you do not understand GAGUT and don't know that that was GAGUT power, the other night, some of the principal figures of the black people came to me in a dream, and they were talking about the killing, but they were celebrating GAGUT and say they understand clearly what's going on is a reactionary dynamics. You all understand?
Yes, it doesn't make any sense, all the killings. I don't understand the logic.
Yes. Well,
It has to be it has to be reactionary, because what is the logic behind hunting down a young black woman? I live around the corner from her. I live in Columbia, Maryland, and Randallstown is around the corner from where I live.
Yes.
And it's so senseless.
Yes. The sense in their mind is, how could God bless you with the ultimate? And yet some of those sisters that have been killed are not aware of GAGUT. So what you need to do, you understand, you got to, you understand, see, first you have to know about God order, ordaining a black man with ultimate intelligence. Is God's way of, proving God's order in ordaining the black race as the chosen race. And the most intelligent, the richest, and the most powerful. So the non-blacks know that. They know that. And it took one human being to show a sense of our power, even before GAGUT. They did terrible things to Professor George Washington Carver. But guess what God did? God gave him as a single person, just like God did with me later on, much later on. God gave him the power that cornered the non-blacks, especially in the South. He had them in the corner where he could have allowed them to slide into oblivion, into, to being exterminated with starvation. That was the easiest victory. And he had a choice between allowing them to slide off. But he took the God's approach. He fed them, and while he was feeding them, they were lynching black people, believe it or not. Do you understand? He could have allowed the non-blacks in the South to all die of starvation. That's Washington Carver. He fed them and saved their lives so they can watch the glory of the black people. And that did not diminish us. They're killing a few people, but they're going to run out of steam because some of them are going to see they're killing themselves. They started killing themselves in 1999 when GAGUT came out. So if they can kill themselves, you can see how they could kill other people. So that's what's happening. John? Hello? Hello? Yes. So now, I think we lost these others. But what's happening is, to give you an example of what's happening in terms of them killing our mothers. Yes. I don't know if you saw the piece from a zoo in China. That's some weeks ago.
Yeah, I've seen it. It was a park. It was a park where you can ride through and see the tigers.
Okay. I'd like you all to think. Sister Blake, are you there? Sister Blake, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm still here, Professor. Yes,
Okay.
Professor.
Did you see the piece, a clip of what happened to a woman or two women in a zoo in China recently?
No, I'm not aware of that.
All right. It's a drive-through in the zoo. And so what happened was very graphic and very horrible. So, there were two women or more than two, and one of them came out or tried to come out. As soon as she opened the door, a tiger popped out of the forest and jumped and really snatched her.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yes, and dragged her off the camera, and the other tried to help and so on, and I think her too was injured and so on and so forth. And of course, the first one was killed. Now, if you could picture that, the other person said he saw. I wish he was here. That's Sai. Now, what happened was.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. If you can picture that, Sai, you who saw it, and Sister Blake is probably going to get a sense of it. That's precisely what really happened to Sandra Bland. If you replace Sandra Bland by the woman in the car in the zoo.
Yes.
And you replace, a car to a car, and then you replace the policeman with a tiger. The end result with both women were the same.
Yes.
The two women in the hands of the tiger and the so-called police were dead off the camera.
That's perfect. It's a perfect analogy. It looks exactly like that too. They act just like that.
So the tiger and the police are the same. They correspond. Tiger is a symbol of low intelligence. So the police is low intelligence. Can you see the geometry? That's how we do things here in ground zero.
At a sub 19.
There you go. That's what happened. So the intelligence of the tiger is comparable to the intelligence of the police because everything else is one-to-one correspondence. The end result was the same. The same, woman, the gender was a woman, because a more intelligent person would have respect for a mother, if nothing else.
Just like Sonia is doing, she's showing intelligence. She's saying, I don't understand this. I don't get it. I don't understand it. You see what I'm saying? Only an intelligent person is going to say, I don't understand this idiocy.
Exactly. Senseless. That's what she said. I just proved what you said, Sister Sonia.
Yes, you did it. You did it beautifully. Yes. And I mean, these briefings are just giving me the most profound truth. You're providing me with profound truth, Professor.
Yeah, well,
and it's empowering, and I want to share the knowledge and invite others to participate and learn. Because this guy, I mean, I don't understand. Like you said, it's more than what meets the eye. It's a profound spiritual truth that you're revealing, and through your intelligence, you're making sense. Because I'm just having such a difficult time understanding and trying to make sense of all of this.
Yes.
It's really it's upsetting to me. It really is. It really upsets my spirit.
Well, so then you have to. This is your therapy. GAGUT is your therapy.
Yes, GAGUT is my therapy. Yes, it is.
But you see, but we call it therapy as a broad sense. What it does really is to, how do you say it? Set get you to higher and higher and higher grounds until you begin to go on my path. Okay, as I was telling you the other, it wasn't here. I was telling how, you understand, once you're in my state, it's you understand, it's hard to express to other people, but through your communicating with them and through the discussions, the sharing, the spiritual communications is how they begin to feel you. For some, it's harder, but those who are already inclined to it, it's easier. But one way or the other, you're going to be touched. You're going to be touched. And that touching begins the process, your journey back to being yourself again, the way you were created to be. It is such a heavenly feeling to be able to understand, to be able to express intelligence, to be able to see things, other people can't see, to be able to make sense out of things that sound senseless. You understand?
Yes.
So that's a symbolism of the Creator. That's why the Creator doesn't really, you understand, is untouchable. Intelligence is the highest. So I remember being invited to a school around here where my children were going to school and everything, and we heard about a teacher that has such a prestigious background, which was that his grandparents came on the Mayflower, and even his colleagues who are non-blacks, and they bow down to him. They call him Mr. Hewlett. Wow, Mr. Hewlett, oh, Mr. Hewlett. And so, and he was teaching history, and one day I was invited. I wanted to come and, because I began to hear about how much he was tormenting the black kids in the school, and I said, wow, I need to, go and talk with this teacher. So I booked an appointment. I came to the principal's office, and they called Mr. Hewlett, and and he sat down, and I was say hello, and began to settle down to ask him a question. And the look and the anxiety and everything got Mr. Hewlett into a shaking fit. He began to vibrate right in front of me. And the principal and assistant principal were there, who have a lot of respect for Mr. Hewlett. They're watching him as he shakes and eventually spilled his coffee. The coffee cup jumped out of his hand, literally, and he spilled it over himself. And I was just sitting down. I hadn't even started really talking. I would just say, well, how much of the history of black people do you know in terms of teaching these kids about, something with their history? That's the question he couldn't answer, and then he spilled coffee on himself. And the principals, they were overwhelmed. They were what? They were in shock. Said, Mr. Hewlett, what's going on? What's went wrong? What's the matter? You understand? So that's the power of godliness. That's the power of godliness. I didn't even talk. I barely talk. But the presence of the truth, which is the presence of God, makes the evil forces tremble. It makes them tremble. Especially if they know that the truth you have is so powerful. It overwhelms all the nonsense they've been portraying. And that's what happened to Mr. And it wasn't just him. He had another colleague. Everybody was, you understand that? So, but you have to absorb and soak such a blessing. You have to soak it. It's the real power. It's the real power. So that's why we say when God ordained you, the chosen people in terms of the most intelligent race, you automatically become the richest and the most powerful. And your power is such you don't have to even kill anyone, just like God used me. I didn't have to kill anyone to win the ultimate war. The only entity that has done something much, much higher, of course, is God, God's self. And that's why God ordained me to teach the world that God has nothing to do with death. God does not kill. God is a creator, not a killer. Like I just showed you, tiger is a killer. God is a creator, not a killer. On the other hand, tiger is a killer, not a creator. So we can mix two things that are on opposite ends. And so the all that God bless me makes the evil forces tremble. They shake. So you understand? So there's no room for me to even wish that entity any bad, any bad wish or any bad thing. Because the godliness actually already takes care of business. On the other hand, it's not a dumb dynamic to say, oh yeah, hit me on the other head. No. It's not like that. No, it's not like turn the other cheek. No. The truth does not allow things to degenerate to such a level. If you wear your GAGUT shirt, anybody that uses a gun knows you are the origin of the gun. He not only knows that, he knows that you know that as well. That's very important. So GAGUT shirt is a lifesaver. Your continuous involvement in GAGUT and living a GAGUTive life is a lifesaver. You going to hospice thinking you are going to a hospital is a killer. A young sister from Oakland and their mother, probably some of you may have heard about, a 13-year-old that went into what was described to her as a hospital, but spiritually she knew she was going to hospice. Okay? That was in Oakland, California. She was supposed to have her tonsils removed. And she told the mother, like Sandra Bland, she had her African, you understand, you can see from the look of this pretty young black woman to be intelligent and conscious. Understand? So she told the mother, she said, Mama, I'm going to go, but, I'm not going to survive. Because instinctively she knew what is described to her as a hospital. It's actually a hospice. And sure enough, she went in there. She was proven right. They messed up the tonsil operation. They sent her into a coma, just like she predicted. If that wasn't bad enough, they couldn't wait to disconnect her machine as soon as they sent her into a coma. That's when the mother, brilliant sister, came on and said, hell no, you're not doing that to my daughter. Right now she's in some kind of facility here in New Jersey.
That's the same thing that happened to Castle's girl when they were driving through the highway. She said she knew she shouldn't have drove through that area.
Absolutely.
So the cop came and then it shot. Yeah.
Absolutely. This sister is an incredible, powerful story.
Jahari McCaff.
McMath. Miss.
Yeah, McMath.
McMath is her last name.
Jahai McMath.
Jamia. Jahi McMath. Jahi. 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 They call her Jahai, but we call her Jahi. Jahai McMath. McMath. Like math. McMath. That's her name. So you see this sister, not only is she pretty, but she's brilliant. She's intelligent. That's typical. Well, this is the dynamics of how we survive all this. And so it's intelligence. And, intelligence is in tune with spirituality and everything. And that's, then before you know it, you see some other evidence or extension of that evidence like in Mahalia Jackson. You understand? And we look like we've been having fun, dealing with the kind of challenges. That's the power. And it's nothing to be ashamed of or about. And like I said to you, there are a lot of terminology that are used that are so inappropriate for you as a black people, like slave. The only way that name could be used for you is if you could use it for God. That's not possible. There's no human being that can enslave you. And like I just proved a little while ago, the non-blacks, you understand, at age of 19, the minimum level they needed to qualify for your slaves is age of 24. They were below 24. Because the lowest level of humans at 19 is only 4 higher than the chimps at 15. So if you say you at 19 can enslave people who are 28, clearly you can enslave, you understand, a God that is infinite. And since that is obviously impossible, and of course when you go to the church and they're representing God as having age of 19 in terms of being a non-black, you can't be more insulting to God. Because then you degenerating God to an animal level. That's not right. You understand? That don't make any sense. But that is part of the 3/5 dynamics, that turning things upside down and thinking the gun and terrorism can make that stay that way. No, it doesn't. I mean, that's where the lack of understanding, comes in. So this is the complaint here. And so it says, that about Riemann hypothesis, and it was reviewed by an expert called Gary Laversion. It's one of their own for the British Mathematics Association. Okay, and it's published in their prestigious journal. And of course, it was published in, you understand, Charles and Sy already have copies of their the GAGUT radical and Unified and Radical Mathematical Research Journal. They know what's the content. And John, yes. Okay, come and pull up David Korn's piece, because Sy was asking about it the other day. Let's share that with them and a few things, okay? I know time is going extremely fast, but any time you spend here is worth it, saying the least. Especially in light of this, make no mistake, the killings are all just like Obama presidency. Okay, there's so many dimensions. Okay, the Russians have their piece. You understand, in terms of reaction from Putin and all that, or even the rise of Putin. As a matter of fact, what is happening with GAGUT, including the killing, has connection with GAGUT in very, very sophisticated ways. The Russians took advantage of the GAGUT, because when GAGUT came out, a project was done, a military project, research was done in terms of super maneuverable. Maybe that is handy. I like to even just flash that so they can see. You know, if that is quick, yes, put this up while you're looking for the other one. Okay. Can I do this still? Okay, good. Now you're going to look at, this is one of the first projects as soon as GAGUT came out.
I remember you, Professor. I remember you said that Putin, I think after a meeting, he went on a boat or something like that,
okay,
a ship or something like that. You were saying?
Yeah. Well, okay. Is that all?
I think after the G20 meeting.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's he's done some kind of dynamics that. But what was it?
It's up there. Don't worry about this. That's
okay.
They can see.
Can you see the report on the screen? Can you all see that? Hello? They're not disconnected.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the Pentagon piece there? That's the Pentagon report.
Yes.
All right. That was the first project. To make sure that the title there is very evident what it is all about. First of all, on the left corner, you will see, okay, there you go. You see the left corner, that corner, it says AD. Can you see that?
Yes.
ADA 251-863. Can you see that?
Yes.
AD is air defense. That's the missile systems and ICBMs. Do you understand?
Like the ones that North Korea just shot.
There you go. You know, the one that we're talking about is a little more sophisticated. But anyway, because they don't use that kind of one in that kind of arena. Now, then you have to the right of that, you have AFOSR, TR. Can you see that? Yeah. To the right of that AD. Can you see that?
Yes.
That's A stands for air, F stands for force, O stands for office, S stands for scientific, and R stands for research. And TR is technical report. That's the number there, okay? And then it says final technical report. Okay, now there you go. Can you read that? Optimum aero elastic characteristics for composite supermaneuverable warplanes. That's what we call supermaneuverable aircraft. And the grant number is grant Air Force grant 890055. Okay, can we go down a little bit on the date? Huh? The date is of course 28. The same 28 where we did our anniversary. Okay, down. Okay. Okay, and then you see where it says the principal investigator. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor Oyibo. Professor Oyibo.
That's correct. Okay, that's when I was at Polytechnic University, the old Brooklyn Poly. So now, that problem was solved. I solved that problem for them using GAGUT. In the process, GAGUT becomes the power of the Pentagon that protects America, just like Cuba protected the South from starvation. This protects America from war and the vengeance of the Russians. and indeed contributed seriously to the ending of the Cold War. So the Russians surrendered in part as a result of this.
So it wasn't them that did it, it was what you did that they took.
Absolutely correct. Through GAGUT.
Wow.
Through GAGUT.
Wow.
You understand? So you go and mess up with a mother to such a person. What do you think you're doing? What do you think such a person is looking for? The brain behind the Pentagon. You take a mother of such a person and then you try to blow them away. That's suicidal. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
If there's anybody that cannot see that, Sister Blake?
Yes, I can see that, Professor. That's it's quite powerful. I mean,
Well,
I really feel
you
like
have to
I'm part
compare me to a young brother, right?
Yeah, but I really feel like I'm part of a really an elite think tank. You know, I feel like I'm a part of a very elite think tank.
The minimum,
hanging out with you.
The minimum you can do is to treat me as a young brother, 2-year-old. You go to call my mama when you know.
Yes, exactly. I mean, yeah, they want to taunt you by killing your mothers and.
Forget it. You know you're looking for real trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I remember that when I was growing up, when you want to fight somebody, or you want to start a fight, all you have to do was some kid would say, "Your mama."
That's it. That's it. You guaranteed a fight.
Exactly. Guaranteed a fight. Guaranteed.
So that's what is. So therefore, that's somebody who really doesn't really care too much about their life. Because with this kind of power, do you understand? When I was telling you I could ignite the whole system, you thought I was joking. No. This Pentagon, man. Now, and you just saw the missile signing off on it. That's AD. That's air defense. You understand? Look at the biggest one is in the bottom, DTIC. That's Defense Technical Information Center. And you all live in the intelligence area in Maryland and Virginia area. Most of these institutions are around those areas. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. I live in the middle of all
there
of
you
them.
go. Absolutely.
The spooks that live beside me.
Now, DTIC is the elite part of the Pentagon, the most elite. That was inherited from the Germans. That's Defense Technical Information Center. And notice below it says selected. Did you see that? It's a big stamp. You see DTIC selected.
Yes, we can see that. Yes.
That's right. This is the Black Power began protecting this country through the Pentagon since 1990.
And that's 28 polymorphs right there.
There you go. That's a special stamp, DTIC selected. The best contractors.
If you would have never said nothing, nobody would have ever known. Just like how they tried to steal the Riemann hypothesis. They're flying around off your intelligence all through the sky, evading infrared sensors, and with your super maneuverable wings. And if you didn't ever tell us this,
yeah. Well,
American power, not black power, American power. You know what I mean?
The Black Power is what protects America and England and NATO and even Russians. So the Russians put up their hands to come here to learn about what was done here GAGUTically. It was a tactical, actually a strategic surrender. So they opened the doors for them and they came in and learned GAGUT. And they've taken it to such a dangerous. So the BBC contributed to, first of all, the Russians published part of GAGUT by mid-1990s because they were allowed in, to study GAGUT. And while BBC and CNN, especially CNN, and both of them together, and Harvard and MIT and all that, hoping to try to study GAGUT without getting involved and all that, the Russians were able to double up on things, okay? And then went ahead of the United States. That's the most embarrassing part. If you have heard about the GAGUT singular element revelation, which proved there's only one singular element, which is Afroprogen, formerly called hydrogen, which GAGUT decoded to mean hide the origin. Hydrogen is nothing but
hide the origin.
That's right.
I love it.
I love it.
Yes. So GAGUT said there's no reason to hide the origin. It is Africa, the origin. So Africa, the origin, Afro-Croatian.
Afro-Croatian.
African origin. Africa is the origin. It's not. You don't need to hide the origin because GAGUT now proves that. So,
hey, Professor, on Sunday I was reading the Times and it says Japan is flush with this auto fuel, and then it said California could see a hydrogen auto boom. So they're trying to they're trying to take hydrogen and use it as a fuel now.
Thieves.
Yes.
Thieves.
Yes. Yeah. Well, but what happened was, in the process, I told, informed American defense to, go and carry out an experiment that will be the beginning of a new, level of Afro-Trojan bombs. And they allow Russians to get more advanced because they didn't want, in other words, this here, what you see, the DTI selected is our own equivalent of the Manhattan Project. It's completed, put into action, and so on and so forth. And the next stage of the additional project, which was not necessarily available with the E is equal to MC squared, which is this experiment, the United States, rather than take leadership from black people, allowed the Russians to take lead. So one of the experiments that was predicted was carried out in Russia, with Americans being, how can I say it, second class or junior authors in the write-up. It was such an embarrassing situation that is simply amazing. But that's part of the cover-up from ClayMath.
They made another element.
Yes, CNN, single element, yes. CNN, BBC, National Science Foundation, and even NASA. You understand? They all fooled around because they didn't want black people to be the lead, scientists in the experiment. So they decided they had more in common with the Russians than they do with the black people. So they allowed Russians to take the lead. And that's how Putin, walked himself up to where he is right now. And after he's soaked up enough GAGUT, use it. See, for example, they tricked Americans into supplying something called beryllium. So they gave it all that to Russians because they didn't want black scientists to be the lead, just like the Jewish people were the lead in Manhattan Project. And because it's too much of a humiliation for them, but as if that's going to end anything. That's why you must distribute the books. Let me tell you the basis of the distribution of the book. First of all, it's all it should be. It's what you should be about right now. You should not allow anybody else to control the book but yourself. That's number one. Number two, this is not just a feel-good sermon. You can see the documentation here. This is not, it's not a fairy tale. This is reality. In the process of how this stamp get developed, you have a niche and you want to get into that niche. So right now you may not be immediately technical, prepared, but you can sell the books and get off the plantation. The one little thing Obama did, who was not allowed to talk to me, I sent him a letter. I did not have any confirmation that he received that letter. So you want to get hold of your congressmen and politicians. This is the time when you need the politicians. You have to go and tell the politicians they're supposed to represent you. And black politicians are supposed to be busy with the ones with the power in the Pentagon. That should be reflected in the black politician's role. The Jewish people had their politicians. When they don't even have their own politicians during the equal to MC squared, they made sure the non-blacks or non-Jews that were politicians that wanted their vote got E equal to MC squared onto the floor of the state Senate and the lower house, Congress, in exchange for the Jewish votes. You want to stop the killing? That's how the Jewish people stop the killing. So glory comes with some responsibilities. But this is supposed to be fun. Okay? There's so much I, as a human being, can do alone. You can see I did all this. Einstein needed a lot of help with a similar state in his formula. You understand? So you have your niche. Right now, a piece that you can deliver is to share with your friends, your extended. Everybody needs the copies of these two books, the journal and the book. Because like those of you who have seen them, you know, you have, even if you don't know a lot of mathematics, you can feel some of the vibes in the book. You can feel it. You can see the Riemann hypothesis. You can see the single element proof. Afro-Trojan proof. You can see that there. You can see the whole, you understand me? The entire mathematics is in there.
Professor,
yes.
Can I ask you about Edison Infinity?
Yes, go ahead.
I noticed, like, in the Discovery book, Edison, well, I really like Edison Infinity as Gn0 T n n plus 1 plus Gn1 xn plus 1 plus Gn2 yn plus 1 plus Gn3. Yeah. I mean, plus Gn3 z n plus 1. But I noticed you corrected me and you said I should go by Gnj xj n plus 1. I know they both the same, but in the other one, it seemed like you could see T, X, Y, Z, and then you could see the space-time right there, more visible. How come you go with the other one more often than the latter?
Well, because it's more compact and a little more elegant. Okay, that means it's a little more sophisticated and more compact. You know, it's shorter. But it's also more geometrically elegant because you see the dynamics of tensor. When you have the J there, the J, you know, J being repeated means you got to add them. You know, you add the indices, you add the terms together, which is how it expands to the version that you saw in the earlier version. The earlier version, I was trying to get everybody on board. So as you get mature,
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So you get you have to allow them to feel it, so it was not sophisticated, at that point, so you don't lose everybody. So then once everybody begin to, get more familiar and, ready to get more sophisticated, then you get into the ultimate mode, which is the eta sub n is equal to GNJ, and J to power n plus 1. So,
you know what, Professor? I don't think people
yes.
really understand, because I've been dealing with GAGUT for probably like 6 years maybe, but I don't think they really understand the space-time geometric element of GAGUT yet, because I don't think people understand that. But when they get that, then they're going to be able to live in a world where they could just look around and they'll see GAGUT everywhere they go. I mean, it'll be like the Matrix. You'll just see it everywhere they go. But I don't think people get that. And I can tell, because I know people that have been around you since the early 90s, and they don't even get that part yet.
No. Well, that's how huge it is, and that is how you get a sense of what it means to say Oyibo has the ultimate intelligence. There's nobody I can communicate with everyone. That's part of it, which is, the universal dynamics. See, I could have come out, and the fraud they're using with Perelman, see, they tell you, oh, Perelman solved the Poincare. See, first of all, what is Poincare? What's the Poincare? You understand me? The same thing with Riemann, see, there's no way you would have heard about Riemann as a black person. What is being discussed there. And for all practical purposes, for every black person, even including those who are in so-called academia.
Never. Never.
Yeah, because see,
I never even heard about the strong and weak nuclear force until I came across you.
See how long we'll be making presentations. How many black professors have you seen join us here? Have you seen any in mathematics?
Never.
Exactly. You're in California. How many of them?
Oh, wait. It's that guy. What's the guy's name? He has the scientific show. They really love to prop him up, but he doesn't even speak like on your level. Neil deGrasse, he's not a bad guy, but Neil deGrasse something. But he's nowhere near you, of course, now.
Absolutely not. They pop him up because he's you understand. You understand? What can I say? He did a show with the Harvard professor, and they were discussing GAGUT, and it was extremely vague, tries to detach himself because it will cost him his job. He thinks that's a very prestigious job. So he plays the game and he doesn't touch GAGUT because that's the point. They can't come near GAGUT, otherwise they lose their job, which means they're not really scientists. They're not professors. I remember discussing that in Nigeria at one point in 2004 when one of their agents was trying to attack GAGUT. And I was talking after he was demolished totally, but I wanted to, so no, it's a journey. You should be prepared for the rest of your life to go through that journey. You understand?
Professor.
Yes.
So what is occurring in Nigeria at the present time? Are the school systems incorporating GAGUT in their curriculum?
Absolutely not. That's where the dynamics is here right now. And Dairo was supposed to be here, although it's a little too late now, he said. But as a young man, he's getting frustrated and everything. But
yeah, because I would think because that's your home country.
Yeah.
And after the initial reception of GAGUT, that the momentum should have continued.
Right.
In the direction.
Yeah. First of all, when I was going to Nigeria in 2004, George Bush's wife was either ahead of me or arrived shortly after I arrived in Nigeria. You understand? So his entourage was supposed to be monitoring my every activity over there. The president of this country. And she stayed in the same hotel that I stayed in, which is the Hilton Hotel. That's number one. any number of atrocities. The World Bank is in there, the so-called World Bank. So, as a matter of fact, the World Bank actually occupied, and for all practical purposes, they're still occupying our campus in Nigeria. A governor from the state where I come from actually helped us set up a campus of information technology, the only one in Africa. And he was attacked mercilessly. His 3 daughters was in a plane that was crashed by the Jim Crow forces that killed almost 100 people. This governor had 3 of her daughters in the plane. But the miracle of it all was, although they were injured, but none of them died. The 3, you understand me?
Praise God. Oh my God, that's a miracle.
That's a miracle.
Yes. My God.
Although, so 3 daughters, 3 of his daughters, where they tried to kill them, but they survived. But that scared the hell out of him, which is understandable. And since then, he literally has stopped talking to me. He's so scared. They killed the Postmaster General, Postmaster General Musa Argungu, was assassinated in that plane crash because he put GAGUT on the map. I'm sorry, on the stamp. The stamp that you all see, the GAGUT stamp. He was the one responsible for that. Because after he was blown away through a presentation. He decided to check the dynamics of how something gets on the internet, on the stamp, and he concluded with his administration and said yes, there needs to be a stamp. And once he decided that, they waited for an opportunity and they crashed him and they killed him. They even killed all the prominent people. They smeared, and in the book, there are some of the individuals who were killed that were in the current books, which is why they need to be distributed. Okay? In the appendix, there's some, dynamics there in terms of, for example, there's a math professor who was celebrating the Navier-Stokes solution, which is the so-called ClayMath problem, and this is a very highly credentialed professor of mathematics. He used to head the math department at so-called Premier University in Nigeria, University of Ibadan, and he was assassinated. I'm sorry, yeah, he was assassinated. And then the guy from the southeastern part, Wari area, who was Minister of Science and Technology, Minister of Education. But he also was the head of chemistry department of this prestigious university. But he was set up for a sting operation, and they did everything to actually destroy his credibility and everything else. So a lot of foreign design attacks on individuals, especially people in academia. And a lot of money was dumped in Nigeria, and with extension to other, especially West Africa and East Africa and Central Africa, to make sure GAGUT is exactly what you ask in terms of, we had concluded a plan after my 30 days briefing, after they found GAGUT to be untouchable. Yes, we agreed it was going to be taught in the schools and a lot of projects, and we had a campus. The World Bank came and occupied our campus and actually knocked down our signposts in terms of the thing to our campus. World Bank, which is at the headquarters in Virginia, Maryland area. they actually went and occupied our campus and stopped our classes. We'll give classes through the internet and so on and so forth. They occupied our campus and stopped that for a while. And even right now, the World Bank is attacking GAGUT very seriously. They dumped $55 million to campaign against GAGUT. They made sure that no newspaper, currently, there's not a single newspaper that is writing anything about GAGUT. And the current president is so scared because they have lined up any number of coups against him that not only inhibits him from doing anything with GAGUT, but is scared for his life. Because we got reports recently that in 1 month alone, they had to deal with about 5 coups against him. That is the enemy of the black people. So
wow,
the campaign,
that's really,
yes, yeah. No,
that's deep.
Exactly. Well, that's the biggest thing. GAGUT is the biggest thing in the world right now. You understand? Everything is either a reaction to GAGUT or happening as a result of absence of GAGUT. Okay, for example, the so-called ISIS, okay, ISIS is waging a war in Nigeria. Do you understand?
Okay.
The evidence was shown on Yahoo.
So why is ISIS in Nigeria? What is?
Well, that's the GAGUT part. That's the Arabic and the so-called Islamic dynamics, because the religion is taking African philosophy. Africans don't have a word for religion. Religion is a non-black terminology because we only have philosophy, okay, in terms of a scientific dynamics that gives you an understanding of reality. That's all Africa stands for. You understand? Africa has no. Africa
yes,
has no. Go ahead.
Yes, Professor. I have a book by an African philosopher called. It's an Igbo. This person is of the ethnic Igbo.
Okay.
And it's called After God is Dibia.
Okay.
By John Anachukwu.
Yeah.
Ume. I probably messed up his name.
Okay.
but I want to read something, The Language of Prayer by the Igbos.
Yes.
And I'm not condoning violence, but this is what one part of the prayer that I think kind of relates to what we're discussing.
Okay.
And I want to share this with you if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. It says, kite should perch, and eagle should perch. Yes. Whichever denies the other the right to perch should suffer instant break off of his wings. So don't worry, because God has you. And Jim Crow, that crow that crow will have to will have to deal with God. Yes. That's all I have to say.
Well, that's beautiful, and as a black mama, you have a lot of power, and what God has done now is to get you back to your seat, as the queen and the mother, not just of the black race, but the human race. So that's why the dumbness of going after black women is heightened. But it can't go on for you. Just work on setting up the monuments and you'll see what's happened. Wear your GAGUT shirts. Put those shirts on the back of the young brothers and sisters before they snatch them into special. That ends the special ed. So if you could hear what you're hearing from me and begin to, in other words, go into the schools with these brothers and sisters, your nieces and nephews, wearing these shirts. Watch out what happened in the first week. They will try to discourage myself, but after the first week, you're going to see a change. You're going to see a change. You're going to see a reaction that's different. Because the whole apparent success on the part of the evil forces is that you don't know the truth. But that has been busted through GAGUT, because every truth is in GAGUT. So if you can concentrate on GAGUT, you will get your knowledge of the truth to get higher and higher and higher. And with that height, your power rises. And the policies here is not only to make sure no life is killed unless you don't have a choice. In the defense of your own life, hey, somebody else's life goes, evil God permits that. But if you go GAGUT to go down would be necessary. That is the example. That's my example. Even though they're killing the people around me, and of course they firebombed our facilities, trying to go after my life. That's not. That's one of the very. That's one out of many attempts at my life.
Oh my goodness.
But which is expected. We got a call from a member of a very well-known family in this country. You know, many years ago, actually, like either 2001, somewhere there, and he called our campus, and somebody picked up the phone, and this, like I say, their family, actually, their last name is Watson, guy who won the Nobel Prize in biology.
James Watson.
James Watson, yes. They are relatives. Actually, he was based in California. And he, during the moment he was writing to us, was in charge of the entire VA for the whole California, or maybe the West Coast. But anyway, he was a fighter pilot with an MD and then into research in medicine. So he called our university and he says, someone picked up and he said, well, what in the world is Oyibo still doing, still alive? You understand? How in the world is Oyibo still alive?
Well, John just posted our last week's briefing on YouTube.
Yes.
And there aren't any comments, but one person made a comment.
Yes.
And he says that this man or that man.
That's right.
I don't know who that was or what. I was like, I mean, I was looking at that yesterday. He's like, that man.
Absolutely. So, and so the whole idea, like I said, all manner of reactions. But so what's happening is, so Watson, when he said that, and we said, well, it's obviously God or that, because we kind of feel that ourselves. But so then he sent us tons of information of what has been happening over the last 100 years in terms of how they were tracking people who were actually trying to, research the way to find the unified field theory. Now that's theory. This is not a theorem. And how some of them were assassinated outright because they did not belong to the proper segment of the so-called hierarchy of certain orders and so on and so forth. So, and what amazed him was how Oyibo in the middle of, not only finding or being blessed with the unified field theory, but the totality of a theorem, that he was in a shock that Oyibo hasn't been already dead, and so on. And that was, like I said, 2001, somewhere there. So, but you see, the whole idea was supposed to be in tandem and together with a lot of destruction of life. And God did not allow that to happen, which is a very powerful message to the world that GAGUT is about life and respect of the Creator and love. That's what it is. But it's a powerful love. It's not one that allows the devil to run amok. No, it contains the devil, contains the evil forces. And that is supposed to be done through your GAGUT shirt, through your book, through your, getting involved in GAGUT. That's what stops all this thing. Getting your monuments up. You could make your clay of the GIJ, J equal to 0, hang it in front of your house. You could, you understand me? Go to the school and try to say, hey, there's this flower bend here. Let's put up a GAGUT monument in here. That is how you're going to, because that's a psychological dynamics that gets people to see that God is the one unstoppable God. You can't stop God, so don't even try it. And that's a very real message. Because the power of the process is more than that of a bomb. That's why I gave you the example of Hewlett. In the dynamics of what was happening with Hewlett before I went in there, I didn't know of any other black person that could walk into that school and not either be accused or be arrested or some kind of thing like that. But when I walk in there, the entire ground knew I was on the premise. You understand? It became, the path that I followed became a path of Africa and the blackness. It had a lot of what the Africans call a gahi, means ore. And that's what got, Mr. Hewlett shaking. That's what you get from GAGUT, which is the dynamics of your respect. What we're supposed to have lost in the process of this acting that has lasted so long. So you have to know who you are. You have through GAGUT. You have to, for you to know who you are, you have to know who I am, which is what is dictated through GAGUT in terms of etas of n. Etas of infinity is what I'm using talking to you right now. And since I've been talking to you today, I've been giving you GIJs. That's the only language I speak. Only God speaks better language. So that is where the power is. That's where the power is. So you have to regain your power back. Give up the acting. Now you got to be yourself. Not only are you going to be wearing your African shirt, your African attire, and be pretty like your real self. You understand? So as I'm concerned, the Afro never, you understand, it's never out of style for me, never. The other day I was watching O.J. Simpson, and I saw a picture of him when he was black, and his black wife and their children. And it took me back to the late 60s and early 70s. You understand? The couple and their daughter, they look so pretty, and I said, this should never be something that goes out of style. You understand?
Yes, I agree.
It is so powerful, and I said, well, during this time, they were one. Do you understand? Look what happened once they got off of that. The three were so beautiful, so pretty. Do you understand? It's so awesome. Absolutely awesome. So, and before you know it, and people were having African name and everything else. And the Jim Crow strikes because they're so jealous. And people began to feel uneasy going into that kind of mode. And then everything changed, and then disarray and all that. Now with GAGUT, all that is going to come back. You understand? Because being black is not a fashion. It's a lot more than a fashion. You understand? That's your reality. That's what makes you the greatest. You can't change that. You understand? And people are so jealous of it. people spend lots of money to be like you, and you understand me?
Yes, yes, I understand. I agree.
Talk about the tiny industry and everything else, you know. And now with GAGUT, it goes on another level, you know. People are talking, I mean, even the scientific newspaper, they're talking about, well, they actually came from Africa. Oh, yeah? See people blue eyes talking about they're Africans? Do you understand me? So
you can't copy the original.
You,
oh.
So things have changed. Now, so I wanted to share with you. Sai, are you there? What happened to Sai Heard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, now you see, that's the letter that you were talking about the other day. I just want to go over that. You know, let me, you know, read here.
Oh yeah. I remember when the guy said you and the professor. Yeah. And you guys did something that he couldn't do. I think it was the two-dimensional, and then you guys did the three-dimensional.
Okay, so now this is a letter to Bernard Schaeffer. As this is a Jewish person. You know, he was awed by GAGUT. And of the 7 or so letters for, you know, recommendation letters for Nobel Prize, the Jewish people contributed about 5, so predominant, you know. And of the 16 for presidential medal science, I think there are like half of them, and so on and so forth. So anyway, here's one of the letters. Professor Bernie Schaeffer, visiting distinguished research professor, care of Professor Carl Stevens, Associate Dean, College of Engineering, Florida Atlantic University. Okay, dear Professor Schaeffer, I am happy to be writing in support of the nomination of Dr. Gabriel Oyibo for Presidential Medal of Science. While his record of academic achievement speaks for itself, I want to add a more personalized note related to my area of expertise. I first met Dr. Gabriel Oyibo around 10 years ago. He had contacted me to discuss some extensions that he had made to the work of Dr. Paul Garabedian and myself relating to the design of supercritical wings. That is part of the dynamics of the, you know, the Pentagon piece that you all saw earlier. Okay. You need to know about Paul Garabedian. Paul Garabedian was the thesis advisor for this guy that is writing this here. Okay. Paul Garabedian was the guy that obtained a PhD in mathematics at the age of 20 from Harvard University. That's Paul Garabedian. That's who he's talking about. And then he became the head of math department at Stanford University and actually was responsible for building the mathematics department at Stanford University. That's Paul Garabedian. And he did some incredible work in areas that are related to the Riemann hypothesis. He's the one person I can count on who would understand the G2j. And I'm pretty sure he's here in spirit. He made a comment. Now, if you look in the book and the journal, you will see Professor Garabedian's comment about me. Sai, did you pick up on that?
It's on the back of the book.
Sure did. Sure did.
Okay. Do you remember what he said? Do you have it handy to read it?
Yeah. What page is it? And I can read it.
The back page.
Back cover.
Back cover. You know. I think.
Oh yeah. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah. See if you can read it, so people get a sense of.
One paragraph from the top. Go down to the paragraph that there's quotes. The 4th one.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay.
Professor Paul R. Garabedian. That one?
Yes.
Keep reading.
Okay. Professor Paul R. Garabedian, PhD in mathematics from Harvard University at the age of 20, former head of math Department at Stanford University, later Professor of Mathematics at Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences, NYU, and author of the mathematics bestseller entitled Partial Differential Equations, declared that he, Professor Gabriel Abdul-Yibo, can't be squashed.
Can't be squashed. Can't, as in cannot.
Yeah,
cannot.
He can't be squashed in a mathematics argument or intelligent competition. April 7, 1998.
That's right. That's actually a very powerful documentation, and even he himself calls himself a prima donna. He recognizes himself as a prima donna. You understand?
If you get a PhD in mathematics at 20,
that's right. You can't be anything but a prima donna, right?
That's it.
His thesis advisor was the very first professor to win that Alphonse was the very first person to win the field medal. Did you know that? His thesis advisor from Harvard, that's Alphonse, was the very first person to ever win the presidential, the field medal, which is the Nobel of mathematics.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, so that's who we're talking about. That's the same Garabedian that's been talked about here, okay?
He was also once a head of the Courant Institute.
That's right.
That we were talking about before, that Courant being one of the students of Hilbert,
exactly.
Who founded the prestigious Courant Institute at New York University in New York City.
That's right.
Garabedian held that the head of the department for a long period of time at this particular institute.
And also, his paper that was published in the journal is about Wrong's theorem. Wrong was not only another German. Courant married Wrong's daughter. Okay, and Garabedian, proved his theorem, or had a comment on his theorem. So we're talking about the elite of mathematics here. So that's who Paul Garabedian is, okay? And to say it's unfair that they didn't give him, he didn't win a field medal is an understatement. He's far more superior in intelligence and mathematics, because I know the man. I call him my mentor, actually. So now this is one of his students writing this recommendation. Okay? So now it says extensions, he was talking about extensions, that he had made to the work of Professor Garabedian and myself relating to the design of supercritical wings. That's part of the supermaneuverable dynamics. Part of that was put in the report for the Pentagon. And he said, I had worked with Dr. Garabedian for around 10 years on this problem. It's very important that you're listening. Starting with my PhD thesis in the mid-60s. We had been rather successful in tackling the two-dimensional transonic flow problem. We even received a NASA Special Achievement Award for this work. Are you following?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, Professor. Yes, Professor.
Okay. Sai, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. However, after several attempts to extend this work into 3 dimensions, I gave up on this, believing that the method could not be extended.
Do they understand that? I think that's something I know you're going to continue. Do you hear what Professor Korn just said in that last line? The problem was so difficult in the Jim Crow society, he gave up.
Along with Garabedian.
And these are two, well, Professor Garabedian is well respected in the mathematics field in terms, as you heard his background. He gave up on the difficulty of this problem.
That's right.
And these are whites or Jewish mathematicians. Well, Garabedian isn't, but Korn is. they could have easily have just basically from even just the two-dimensional transonic flow problem, they could have, as you saw, he got a special NASA award for that. Right. They could have they stopped there, and that could have been it. But they recognized going further in terms of extending it to 3 dimensions was so difficult, they gave up.
That's what they just said. Did you all understand that and see that?
Yes, yes, Professor.
Right. So he says, I switched fields to computer science. You understand?
Computer science, although they tried to lump it in mathematics, and it does have its origins in math, it's not really math.
It's an application.
It's a lesser application than even most of, like physics and engineering would be more respectable than computer science in terms of mathematical application fields.
That's the depth of mathematics and so on. Yeah, so I switched fields to computer science and joined Bell Laboratories. That's a very prestigious research center, where I later became a Bell Lab Fellow. That's a very prestigious award. Okay? Dr. Gabriel Oyibo had in fact figured out how to extend our work into 3 dimensions. That
is the verification of why when Professor Oyibo, we declared, God has declared Professor Oyibo as being closer to God and being of eta sub infinity intelligence. That is outside of GAGUT. This is part of GAGUT, but you can see that application of that eta sub infinity intelligence in terms of how Professor Oyibo was able to solve and extend the problem to 3 dimensions, which Jim Crow had given up on, as you saw from what Professor Korn had just indicated. Jim Crow gave up on trying to find a 3-dimensional application of the transonic flow. GAGUT and God's blessing of Professor G. Oyibo of the eta sub infinity intelligence allowed him to extend the work into 3 dimensions.
That's amazing.
Well, praise God. But that's, you understand, these are testimony written by the people who experience. Okay, it says, okay, so he sent me a paper describing what he had done. To say the least, I was totally impressed. We met and discussed this work in great detail. I am less familiar with much of Dr. Oyibo's other work.
That's also a way of saying that Professor Oyibo's work is far superior than his expertise level. Although
hey, John,
he has a wonderful mind in terms of the transonic flow, the rest of the GAGUT application was too superior and too advanced for his mind's level.
Absolutely.
Hey, John, I noticed.
Translate, I'm less familiar with much of Professor Oyibo's other work.
Kind of similar to what you heard from MIT the other day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I noticed on almost all of the letters, they always say that little part.
All right. It's extremely unusual. That's, I mean, to say so, it's an understatement. But for most of you, this all sounds unbelievable. Like so I was saying, they say, well, you say GAGUT, and it sounds incredible. Yeah, but that's it.
That is the reality.
But you're hearing me talking to you, and you're hearing what the very best in the non-black world are saying. And you know my nature. This is not something I went begging for. You understand? They're overwhelmed.
They say Nigerians. They don't, or I would say now, Igalas. They're so proud of being black.
Oh, yeah. That's a Gala spirit.
That's the extension of from us being from Gala, in terms of the Gala people from Kemet, and then Ethiopia, and then into Nigeria.
Yeah, the Gala means
undefeatable.
Yes, or invincible. That's what it really means. Okay, and that's now has been crowned, totally through GAGUT, because now the black people are invincible. That's undisputable. You understand? But you graduates, you got to wake up, to this. And when you're talking about the sister, she probably heard about GAGUT. And I wish the last one that was just assassinated.
Yeah, Corey Gangs. They just have they have her son on camera saying that the race soldier came in the house and while he was running, shot the boy too.
Yeah.
So Yeah, his mother died though. Corey Gaines.
That's okay. That's all right. We're gonna that's gonna be taken care of. But you got to be ready to build monuments. The question: are you ready to do that? It's the only thing that will end the killing. That's what did it for the Jews. You understand? I know gradually you're going to be feeling this thing to the point where you're going to say, yes, I'm ready to do certain things. But this has been proven to have worked. The most important part has been done by God already, which is to give us a formula. But it's the ultimate formula. So you can't hide that formula that's a lifesaver. You understand? And then cry about your life being exposed to danger. That is what you need to look at. So anyway, now let me tell you, before I finish the reading, when I met Professor Garabedian, my first meeting with him, he almost had a heart attack. He had no idea I was black.
You know what it's like? Has any of you seen the movie Blazing Saddles? The 1974 comedy with Cleavon Little as the sheriff?
No.
You've never seen that, Hearn?
Oh my God.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Really? You're not kidding me?
No.
That basically, if you ever need to understand what's going on with Obama, you need to see that movie.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of it was written with Richard Pryor, though they give credit to Mel Brooks. Richard Pryor had a lot to do with that movie. He was one of the script writers, and he was also going to play the part that Cleavon Little ultimately played. But Mrs. Blake, have you ever heard of that movie?
I've heard of it, but it's been so long.
But you've seen it.
Yeah.
There's a scene in that movie that is basically a parallel to what Professor Yubo's telling you about the response from Garabedian. Even though the name is an African name, Oyibo, most of the people will, because they're ignorant on the African culture, they'll assume it's either Hispanic, or they'll assume it's a Japanese, or they'll try to, even Italian. But it wasn't until Professor Garabedian actually saw Professor Oyibo did he finally realize who he's meeting. And the parallel in the movie I just brought up is there's a scene where the whole plot of the movie is it takes place in the West in the 1870s, and the whole thing is they're trying to get rid of a group of people in a town in order for a railroad to go through. And they can't find a way to get rid of the people in terms of naturally. And the guy that's trying to get rid of the people, he has a hot bunch of thugs and type of people that are supposed to, terrorize the people. But even that doesn't work. So they have to come up with the most offensive idea or concept to the people to get rid of them. And the idea they come up with is electing a black man to be the sheriff of the town. They have the idea that if they do that, that will turn the people off so much that they'll leave the town willingly. You understand?
Yeah, yes.
So there's a scene where when the sheriff is supposed to be coming, and the whole point is the town, they think it's another white person coming as a sheriff. They don't know that the sheriff's a black man that's being sent into town. And he's riding into town, too. So they have a fanfare. They have the whole town. They put up a parade and all that, and like a podium and all that, and they're supposed to give speeches. And they have a guy on the top of a so-called the church bell, so-called looking out for the sheriff. So, and he has binoculars or something like that to help him see the sheriff from afar riding into town. So when he initially sees the sheriff and it's too far away to make out the race of the sheriff, the people ask him, can they see the sheriff from below on the street level? He's on top of the church and he sees the silhouette of the actual sheriff coming, but he can't actually see, like I said, the race of the actual sheriff. And they're all assuming the sheriff's white. The sheriff's coming. When the sheriff is a little closer and they can see that the guy on the top can see the black skin of the sheriff, he says, damn it, the sheriff is the N-word, clearly. But the thing that makes it funny is when he says that he was standing in a church tower. I'll let you, because the funniest part hasn't come up yet. it's funny, but it gets even worse. When he says the N-word, it gets obscured by the bell. The church bell that he was standing next to goes ringing. So the people down there heard him say the sheriff is a, but the bell obscured the N-word.
Right.
So people on the bottom are then saying, what did he say? And then he said, oh, he said the sheriff's near. And then the same guy on the top says, no, gosh darn God damn it. I said the sheriff is, but when he said the N-word again, the bell obscures it.
Right.
So then it gets to the point where the sheriff is actually in the town. Everyone now can see the sheriff's a black man. The crowd before he came in, they were playing music, they were talking, you hear cheers. The minute they saw Cleavon Little, it went to a dead silence.
Right.
But the funniest part is, as he's walking into town, and you can see some of them are silent, others of them are stone cold angry. Because they can tell that, some of them can tell that that's the real sheriff. And they're angered that it's a black man. But as he's walking in through the town, you see there's a shot of a white man who was sitting in a rocking chair on one of the porch of the houses. When he saw Cleavon Little walking by him, he fell out of the chair. I know it's not funny, as I said, but if you see it, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. But you can see many of them have now started to realize he is the sheriff, but there's still some that are trying to believe he can't be the sheriff, even though he has the tin star and the hat and all that. They're still trying to believe he must be a messenger for the sheriff. He can't be the real sheriff. And one of them rudely there's a sign that had a banner up that said, welcome to the town sheriff. You could see one of the whites actually so angered. He tugged the thing viciously down. It was like those blinds, the blinds that if you tug slightly, it retracts back upwards?
Yes, yes.
I don't know what the official name of that is, but he quickly took his hand, he grabbed it viciously, and he allowed it to go rolling up. Because he obviously was angered over the sheriff being a black man. Cleavon Little walks up to it and brings it back down, and he walks up to the podium, and the white people are looking because they don't know, like I said, some of them have understood he is the sheriff, but some of them are still trying to con themselves into believing he isn't. They're still in denial. So it gets to the point where when he finally announces that the governor, who is played by Mel Brooks, has actually given him the position of the sheriff, and they can't no longer delude themselves into believing he's not the sheriff. When he makes the announcement, says, by the power invested by me, by the Honorable William J. LePetame, who's the name of the governor, once he says that, you hear a gun click. And as you then, the camera, when he was saying it, the camera was zoomed up on his face. But after he said that he got his powers appointed by the governor, you hear several gun clicks, and you see all the white people that were around him are pointing guns at him. So he basically gets to a point where, as he's continuing to talk, they're about to kill him, lynch him, and outright.
Yes.
But they had this so-called pastor. The pastor didn't like him either, but because of his so-called profession, he was trying to put up some phony modesty. So he puts up the Bible and says, gentlemen, let us not let anger rule the day. I tell you all, as your preacher, to pay good heed to this good book and what it has to say. And they all shot the Bible out of his hand. But the funniest part is, once the Bible was destroyed, they shot it out of his hand. It was both the smithereens. He looks at the Bible, then he turns to Cleveland and says, son, you're on your own. And
Yes.
So that's basically a summary of what I mean. But you should see that movie. That movie, like I said, there's a lot.
I need to revisit that movie.
I think I've seen it. I think I've seen it.
Yeah.
I think I've seen it. It's old though, so I didn't remember. But I think
but it's very telling of the history of what happened to us as a people and how we were treated by non-blacks.
Yeah.
Right.
That's kind of the kind of shock Professor Garabedian was getting when he saw me, because what happened was NASA, the same NASA I was talking about, when they heard about the development of the photograph in my paper, they were in such a shock and they couldn't believe it, and they said, well, before we can even talk to you, you have to be evaluated by our expert. And it's true they did win a NASA award. And Professor Garabedian was complaining to me about what happened in the award, because it says they were so cheap. They wanted him to pay his, his plane ticket. I mean, he had to pay for the flight for him to go to NASA to receive the award, and that's, he cracked jokes about that and how cheap they were, but it was a very prestigious award. So when they heard about, because NASA was giving them money, I said those days in the 60s, they were receiving something like $100,000. That was a lot of money for research for a year during that time, because he could dictate whatever he wanted from the government during that time because of his background. So when they heard, and the money was supposed for them to extend it into 3 dimensions, because the need for 3 dimensions is that when you design an airplane wing in the 2 dimensions, it will have to fly in a 3-dimensional space, as well as the time and so on. So it wasn't realistic enough. That is the reason for the need for extending into 3 dimension. So they gave Paul Gavinian, who they consider to be the best, to do it. And when he reported to them, it was not possible, like he indicated here. They gave up. They didn't think anybody, any human being would be able to do it, given his background. And so when information reached NASA, my family had to eventually begin to feel that in the neighborhood around this area, there were a lot of talk in the intelligence and the security communities. Were in a function at one point, and the guy walked to us, and then he gave some little information with regards to what is being talked about, GAGUT and and this work, and said, but I can't tell you anymore, and so on and so forth. There were a lot of things that were happening. So then when NASA heard this, they said, we won't believe you. If you really think you've done something, here's an expert. Call him up. Good luck if he decides to talk to you. That's how they view Paul Gavinian, Professor Gavinian. So I called him up, and I said, this is what I was told from NASA. And they said, I have to prove to you that I have extended the work to 3 dimensions. So he picked up the phone and he said, oh yeah? You're trying to contradict my conclusion to the government? And he said, look, you come in and let's have a lunch. No. You come in, he says, if you prove it to me, I will give you a free lunch. And he was into sushis and stuff like that during that time. And so I came in, and the shock began when he saw me black. And then he told me right away, he says, you gave me such a shock. Let me tell you, my experience with black people before you. He said of my, life as a professor, I've only had 1 black PhD student. And he called his name, it was an Irish kind of name. I remember I used to mention him, but I don't remember right now. Anyway, and he said, and he's a very blunt kind of guy, he said he was not impressed by his work at all. And in the process, he developed a very negative opinion about black people. And kind of gave in the sense that if he had known I was black based on that experience where he had a negative opinion of black people, he probably would not have agreed to even meet with me. And so we spent a lot of time talking about that before my presentation. So I got started with the presentation, and Well, because we spent time, among other things, talking all this extra time, I didn't have enough time to finish my presentation. But he's such a rough listener to presentation, such a prima donna, that he could shut you down. I mean, he could literally freeze you up and make you run out of the office. That's how rough a listener he was. So, of all the questions that he tried to put in the beginning and so on and so forth, I wasn't perturbed. That shocked him. So at the end of my presentation, he said to me, he says, you know, he says, you have not convinced me, but I have not been able to disprove anything you said.
Did you all hear that? Did everyone hear that?
Did you all hear that?
Yeah, we heard that.
Okay. Now, that's Professor Garabedian. So it says we're going to have John. And no lunch. So and they were scheduled for comeback the following week. And after that, you know, he was overwhelmed. And he couldn't believe, you know, so although NASA took their time in trying to come up with funding and so on and so forth, but he became a participant in the proposed project, and we were going to do something. One thing or another, it kept on dragging until the funds were, you know, misappropriated. And so we never, but he was so impressed. He began to tell the world that if the only thing I did with it was the photograph, he says, there was, I mean, I've done more than what most people do for a lifetime. He was so impressed by it, and later on, when things got into a real GAGUT stage, he ended up, and I took, you know, some of my family members along with John with me to his office. And
in 2000.
In 2000, I took them with me to his office, and they met him, you know, and they had used his book, like
Partial Differential Equations, which is a classic, and whenever you get into the advanced level of mathematics, when you really do want to get into the further mathematics field,
absolutely,
that is one of the most important books in terms of one of the most important subjects in mathematics in terms of partial differential equations.
And I was presenting the Navier-Stokes to him and the transformation and all that. You remember how I went on the board and I went over the thing and I said, well, Professor Garabedian, I want you to criticize this equation that I wrote.
He couldn't.
You understand? He looked and he looked and he looked and he looked. He says, he was so silent, he couldn't do anything. If he saw any error in your thing,
he would have exploited it or brought it down.
He would call you names, and I've watched him call a UCLA professor. Sai, are you there? What was his name?
Mr. Hearn.
Yes.
The guy from.
Yes, I'm here.
The guy from UCLA who used to be in Stanford and was at Courant. Kaflish, yes.
Kaflish.
He called Professor Kaflish. Write the name down.
A Jewish professor by the name of Kaflish.
Write the name of Kaflish. Okay? Don't say anything to him. You know,
don't talk to him just
because
yet.
I have a lot of you know, but he described him in a way that I'm pretty sure, you know, to just put it lightly, it was not a flattering description. That's the kind of guy we're talking about in terms of, he may still be on the UCLA staff. But anyway, so that's the kind of guy we're talking about. So now he says, he sent in and without in detail. Now he says, I'm less familiar with much of Dr. Yibo's other work. However, purely on the basis of his work in transonic aerodynamics, I would recommend Gabriel for the Presidential Medal of Science.
And this was written in 2000.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, and the other professor was Russell Calfish.
Yes. Okay. Tell him that.
Also, what you may not be aware of, in the early days in the computers, before the modern computer format, when one of the things we did, we actually taught computers to the people in the 90s in Brooklyn. That's something you may have not known.
Yeah.
When I first met the professor, I actually would go with the professor and other brothers and sisters in the Brooklyn community to teach them computers.
Right.
During the time they were trying to promote things like web TV, we actually were getting our people to understand the importance of getting actual personal computers in the 90s.
Right.
But David Korn, Professor David Korn, is also known for creating what's called the Korn shell in computers. Right. If you may remember the computers in the late 80s, early 90s, before you got the modernized Windows format and the old DOS prompt and all that, the Korn shell was used a lot in terms of accessing programs at that time.
Absolutely. So he was famous for this Korn shell. That's like his name, K-O-R-N and then shell. He was, I mean, everybody has a lot of respect for him. So he didn't mention that here. And part of how he got the Bell Fellow, Bell Labs Fellow. That's the highest award you can win in the Bell Labs. And Bell Labs had a lot of very famous scientists go through there. So that's a letter from David Corner. It's a very powerful letter, especially in terms of giving an account of Professor Garabedian. So we're talking about the very best, you know, what was it? Okay, put Professor, I mean the GAGUT's motion, Senate motion. Put that. So anyway, so now, but the key focus here today is the plagiarizing by BBC, I'm sorry, ClayMath and the BBC. So ClayMath, you have to respond to that, part of which involves the distribution of books. When Göttingen, you know, received the word on GAGUT, they went in an action mode and began distributing the books to the German citizens. And he was saying they could take the book and start studying it, and you know they could pay later. They will give, you know, send them a bill later on. That's how much urgency they believe GAGUT needed. And so, but the next document, the next document is going to expose further, if you haven't seen it before, the plagiarism, you know, dynamics for Clay mathematics as well as BBC. So this is the Senate motion.
The GAGUT Nigerian Senate motion, number 151, or GSM 151.
GSM 151. This is what we call GSM 151, and the number 151 is written down there. Can you see that?
In the upper left-hand corner, under the 5th National Assembly, second session, number 151. Can everyone see that? It's being circled by the mouse.
Oh.
Yes, Professor. Yes.
Yes, I see it.
So, now.
Can you also see the date of Tuesday, March 15th,
2005? Can you all see that?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see it.
Below the coat of armor, whatever they call that thing. Okay. Yeah, symbol. Okay. So now this is it here. Orders of the day, presidential nominees, and so on. No, we gotta go down. Okay. Okay. Now motion. That's where it begins. Okay. You see that there that says motion? Can you all see that?
Yes.
Center.
institution of the African International Prize for Science and Technology, Senator Nicholas Yahaya Ogbane, okay, Senator Iya Abubakar, that is the big name there. That's a guy with a PhD at a relatively young age from Cambridge University in England.
In mathematics, PhD in mathematics.
In mathematics. That's the real mover of this motion. He was during that time a senator also. And Senator Chris Adehije. So you have both North and South represented. So is Charles there?
Mr. Gozara, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Can you identify? I bet there are probably some people in your family who could identify the last name there as it's not typical.
Where?
Have you ever seen that last name before?
Where?
On the motion, the authors, the authors of the motion, the last name. Say number 1, Institution for African International Prize says Senator Nicholas Yahaya Ogbane, Senator Iya Abubakar, and Senator Chris Adehije. Have you heard that name before?
No.
Okay. That's a Nigerian name.
Yeah, no, I know that, but I've never heard of him before.
Okay. He's from Abia State.
Oh, okay. That's right next to Imo. Okay.
Okay. They used to be together with Imo.
Yeah.
I mean, there used to be one state at some point,
And they split.
Yeah. But so therefore you can see, and as we're telling some people today, you understand, more black people.
So that's why you wanted me to send it over there.
Yeah. That's because charity begins at home and so on. Then you're going to work.
I hear you.
You're going to walk your way to the other parts, but then you'll be carrying, all your people. That's the whole essence of unification. You have to unify your own people first, and then that will give you the momentum, to bring others together. Charity begins at home, as they say. It doesn't end there, but those are the strategies, and that's what Jim Crow wants to go against. So you have to understand. So now here you have people from the north. Yahaya Ogbane could be, that could be like the middle belt and so on. And Chris, is going to represent the south. And Iya Abubakar, of course, so-called far north and so on. So you have a unification right in there. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Black people are united, just like you unified. You have a sister, you have, you from the East Coast, and you have a brother Sai from the West Coast, and you're all having fun. That's the nature of blackness. No blackness before foreigners step on our land was divided. There was no such a thing as division amongst black people. One of the biggest proof is Professor Chinua Achebe's book that everybody knows, which is again why he didn't get a Nobel Prize, because he told the truth.
And things fall apart.
Things fall apart for us when foreigners entered our land.
Exactly. I studied his works.
Okay. So you got to understand that.
Yes.
Because see, we didn't have a concept of religion. Okay, we have spirituality, but our spirituality is very, very logical, very scientific in terms of philosophy. Okay, you don't just do things brainlessly, without brains. It at the base, it has a logic. You're trying to get something. You can explain what you're doing. Okay, so it is. So it isn't. So when the non-blacks came, they stole that, okay, and divided it up, and then brought back what they stole from you, but distorted it. And then, because now it's divided. That's how we were divided. So they took one part of religion of our philosophy and call it Christianity. And they say, okay, hey, folks from this area, you have that. Then they took another part and took it to another area and say, hey, this is your thing here. That's how we're divided. That's the geometry. When before they came, they were all one. Okay, it was all one.
And when you say they, do you mean
foreigners?
Britain? Foreigners is Britain, or which country?
It's not just limited to them. They are part of, they're not the only part.
Yes, the Europeans and even Asians.
Oh,
yes. The Arabs, which are
Arabs and okay, yeah. Well, okay, now tell them about the Arabs and where they.
The Arabs, although the Northern Europeans tried to present them as something different. They're really nothing more but Southern Europeans.
Exactly. But they come from a place in Spain, and the center of them come from this place in Spain called Arabe. Arabe is where they come from. Arabe. Okay, that's where their name derives from. Arabe. That's where Arabs come from.
Problems arose back when we were in Kemet, when you had the invasion of both the Greek and then the Arabs. When they both invaded Kemet, those were when the problems began in the BC area of the times.
That's when we're called the Gala people. And because we didn't want to play their games and kick them and destroy them, we retreated back, down south, waiting for GAGUT. GAGUT is now here. So what you see, there's a unification of black people, particularly because the motion was happening in Nigeria, but it was also a collaboration with the brothers and sisters here, because Minister Brown represented the brothers and sisters on this side of the Atlantic. We're talking about people who are close to Reverend King, like you heard Minister Brown talking here the other day, okay, and how he was. You understand? He was there with me when I was making a presentation to one of the aides of Reverend King, called Reverend Augustus Jones, and how delighted he was at hearing the presentation. And
roughly almost 10 years ago.
10 years ago, and he really felt like the spirit of Reverend King and all their struggle was fulfilled. And so when he gave an okay, they passed a Progressive Baptist Convention, New York, that's Reverend King's organization. They passed a resolution on GAGUT. Okay? So it was that unification over here that a delegation was sent from here with Minister Brown and Reverend Dorsey and company. They went on to Nigeria and then begin to collaborate with the brothers and sisters in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. And what came out of part of that dynamics is the Senate motion on GAGUT. They had agreement on GAGUT. So the unification was not just in Nigeria, but the black diaspora. Okay? So now this is what was part of that stuff. It says here, whereas evidence abound from monuments and inventions, okay, reveal Africans and their descendants as the pioneers and leaders of the world's first civilization, which is Ma civilization. You understand? Ma. That's where the word mathematics came from. Ma. That was the original African vocabulary. It's a Gala vocabulary. And how you see Ghana is a unification of all black people. If you just concentrate on Nigeria for a second, the so-called Hausa call ma ama, which translated means on the basis of the truth. Ama, that's the truth. Then the Yorubas call mami, ma. You don't know the truth about me, or you know the truth about me. So it's the same word, ama, ma, in Yoruba. Then Igbo say, onyema. Onyema. Onyemaichi means who knows the truth about tomorrow. Ma is a common vocabulary among Africans. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, yes, Professor, yes.
Oh, I know what you said.
Sai, you heard that?
Yes, I did.
And Charles Uzogara?
Oh, I know what you said.
Do you understand what onyemaichi mean?
Oh, I know. I already knew.
So what is the difference between Igbo and Hausa in that vocabulary?
Say the names again. Oh, ma.
Ama, ma. Is there a difference?
Just ma. Same ma. Just use differently. Ama, mama.
Exactly. So now, but that's where the name Muhammad comes from. Do you understand?
What about Eze or Chi?
Okay. Well, let me finish the Muhammad first, and I'll deal with that.
Okay.
So, like mathematics, which the knowledge of infallible truth, ma. So the Africans say mama, onyema, ma. So mama is emphasis of the knowledge of the truth. So that was the name mama. And the Hausa say mama. And from mami, there will be a variation in Yoruba, and even a word like amadi and so on. Ma is all rooted in this knowledge of proven truth all through Nigeria and the extended African world. So, therefore, Mama means the one with the knower, the knowledge, the person with the knowledge of proven truth. That's another word for a prophet, because God is known to be the origin of knowledge of the truth. So the Arabs took that, Mama, and corrupted and said Mahama, and then the only thing that was added was Med, M-E-D, Med, which is the Arabic part. The main part is African. Because that's what Africans call a prophet, is Mama, the one that knows, that's blessed with the knowledge of the proven truth. So that vocabulary is purely African. Mama. As a matter of fact, the title that I was given was Mama. In 2004, I was crowned, and it's an agreement with all over Africa. Mama, that is the prophet. That's what is being mispronounced Muhammad. It's Mama. Amama, Amama. That's an African vocabulary. So now, Eze, or Chi. Now, Ja is older of the two, but it's not so much of the three. But it's not so much old age as it is the interchangeability between the letter G and J. The letter G and J. And also the extension, which is DU and DG, and the tonation of chi has been related to G. So when Hausa say Giji, the Igbo say chi. So if you break down the Gichi, the last part of it is actually chi. So the Hausa will say Ubangichi. Ubangichi. Chi is the actual center. Chi and G. Because Igbo say Chi. Chineke and Chiukwu. Chi. G.
Chineke, yeah, oh my God.
That's right.
This is what comes out of GAGUT, deciphering of the true origin and connectivity.
Wow.
That's amazing. That's the reason why it's important that we also learn our languages, our African
From
languages.
Africa, yeah.
Yeah.
You can come to me for that. Definitely.
So Igbos and Hausa have the same word for God. That's Chi.
But
Ubangichi.
you know something, Oliva? I heard that on some study that it said that Hausa have 99.9% same genetics as Igbo, from what I heard.
Comes from the same people.
Yeah.
Those artificial divides that come from Jim Crow in terms of religion are just that, artificial. Real.
That's what you find in GAGUT. So the word chi is as a matter of fact, it goes across the border because we're the same thing. The Lingala people call, okay, so Yorubas call Ejumare. Now the Mare part is the extension of it, but the key word is Edumare. The edu is edu, but as you can see, like in education, you call it education, even though it's edu, right? You spell education, you say edu, ca, and so. So the edu you pronounce like edu, eju. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So when they say Jumare, they're pronouncing chi or G, like Giji, J, which is a version of chi. Can you see that?
Yes.
Jumare, Jamare. The key word, the word, see, when you come to Jamaica, they call it Ja. Okay? The Galas where I come from, we call it Ja. Okay, in Ethiopia, it's also Ja. So Ja, Chi, G is the same word. So the Lingala people call Ja and Jambe. The Ja is the same thing. Can you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So it's not just within Nigeria, but Ethiopia and the Congo. A large number of people speak Lingala. Okay? So there is what the artificial difference comes with from the foreigners in terms of the religion.
As Professor Chebe approached, it's expressed in
That's
Things
right.
Fall Apart.
That's
Things
right.
fall apart when the foreigners came in. When they got involved, that's when the problems began.
Okay, so GAGUT is how you see that, and that's what is happening here, because here you have, okay, supposedly, here Abubakar is supposed to be Fulani, and boy, the Fulani is supposed to be burning down the south right now, and they are supposed to be enemies and so on. Here they are sitting down and hammering out the philosophy of GAGUT. I mean, where's evidence they're burning themselves here, right? Nothing like that is happening, so it's not real. It's a setup. Because how do you know now? They killed millions of our people in the so-called Civil War.
The Nigerian Civil War, for those who may not be familiar.
And up to today, our people are as confused as hell. Do you understand? So I ask you a question. How do you know who killed us in that war?
Professor, I have a question about that.
Go ahead.
Who caused that whole war? 'Cause, I mean, it wouldn't make sense for it to be us. Was it Europe? Who actually caused that?
Absolutely. Now, that's
Wow.
an excellent question. Now here, the bottom line is who caused it? The person that caused this is the one that reaped the benefit, who made the money. So you tell me, who made the money in that war?
Whoever financed it.
Who financed it?
I don't see. I would like to know who.
Jim Crow.
Who made the
Well,
money?
I know Jim Crow, but I mean exactly which country.
Yeah, but how many black people made money from it? I mean,
no black person.
Not that many. No, none.
Did any black person make money other than bury people? Did we make any money?
Not that I heard.
Did you notice of any Igbos that became a billionaire as a result of the war?
No.
Did you see any Hausa-man, buying a jet, plane, riding and having fun?
No.
Not even the Yoruba. Now, a few people got some crumbs from defense contract, but what we did more than anything else, what we did more than anything else was to bury our people and starve our children.
Because I mean, because I mean, when you look at how when it all started, when they signed the contract for the palm oil, it would make sense for the what's it called?
Right.
For the hostile takeover to come in from there.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, what happens?
Biafra, the whole Biafra thing was a creation by Jim Crow in terms of the Americans and the English and the Europeans in general. You notice during that war that America was in full support of the Biafra. That already tells you who was financing them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. But the bottom line is, you ask yourself, who
But I'm talking about before that.
Yeah, you ask yourself the question, who made the weapons that killed? That's how you know it is not black. No, see, there's no reason, no incentive for black people to cause that war. What were they going to gain from it? Do you understand? But the people who caused it made money. They had already calculated how much money they were going to make from bullets. They calculated how much money they're going to make from the planes. They calculated how many money they'll make from the guns and everything else. There was not a single black man making any money from the sale of the guns or the sales of tanks and all that.
Because how could they? They were using them against each other.
Exactly. So that's how you know. That's a very serious point that you must remember. And so the religion was just a tool for creating that
control.
The central thing was profit for non-blacks.
Yeah.
Just like within this last couple of days, it was announced on YouTube, not YouTube, what they call the Yahoo, and they said that a commander from the ISIS in the Middle East, in the Arab, so-called Islamic world, had appointed a new head of the Boko Haram.
Yeah, and that's the screwed up part.
Can you hear that, folks?
Yeah.
I don't understand it because this is very important.
I know what you're leading to.
This is what GAGUT does for you.
Yes, I heard that.
Mr. Hearn, are you listening?
Yes.
Praise God.
Okay, in other words, you have a Middle East organization appointing the head of the Boko Haram in Nigeria. So what does that tell you about the brains behind the Boko Haram in Nigeria?
It's 3/5.
It's 3/5. That's right. From
Jim Crow.
that's
And
Jim Crow.
Southern Europeans, which they
That-
call
that-
themselves Arabs.
That was so they go down south and they kill the so-called, the Christians, right? The people who are supposed to be from the south, and they think that is their brothers in the north doing that. They understand? Look where the command is coming from. It's coming from Arabs and so-called non-black leaders.
The same thing happening over again too.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
and the same thing with Delta. Or just look into the weapons. In other words, and as I was saying the other day, the Boko Haram says foreign education is a fraud. That's where they catch everybody. So, yeah, every Igbo man knows that. That's what Chinua Achebe said. You understand? He said things fell apart. He didn't say that. Wow, we're flourishing as soon as so-called education coming out. He says their arrival brought us hell. That's what he said. And he got denied Nobel Prize as if it means anything. Do you understand? All these are control mechanisms. Like I was telling you, they were ready to put up a black pope in order to be on the good side of GAGUT. Most black people didn't understand. Wow, we got the cardinal straight on to the pope. Wow, the Irish had already concluded we were going to have a Nigerian pope. Because the Irish were going to put up a candidate, and when they saw how a track that was so fast for the Nigerian cardinal, they gave up. They say, wow, we're going to have a black pope. Until the Germans came in and said, not so fast. You understand? But it still remains there, and our folks are going into Italy thinking, oh boy, we are very favored. No. And folks end up there and they're getting slaughtered. I told you about a couple that went in there, they slaughtered the husband, and she's stranded and want to die. Okay? So this is an illusion. You gotta be very clear. You have to know what's going on. So when I was telling in my earlier broadcast, I said, look, it's not consistent. You can't say black people who are victims of a fraudulent education, okay, they are victims, and then you killing the victims. Therefore, that is not consistent. It's not gagutical. If you say foreign education is a fraud, therefore, there are people who are suffering as a result of that fraud. That is black people. So if you want to punish or stop that process, you should be talking to foreigners. If you must fight a war, then you must be fighting foreigners. But if you come and fighting and be killing the people who are victims, now, before GAGUT, obviously they were thinking black people would buy that bullshit. But now GAGUT exposes and said no. And so, finally, they fought. As a matter of fact, when we analyzed the Boko Haram to be a fraud, they now try to switch gears to now align with the ISIS. And now ISIS is coming and saying, yeah, we've been in charge all the time. And we set it up in order to kill black people and deceive black people, just like they did during the Civil War. This time they go up north and operating from the north and killing, you understand, both folks from the north and also from the south. There are no black people that are spared in the process. That is supposed to be too sophisticated for you to understand, but GAGUT exposes it. So now they're admitting the foreigners have been operating the Boko Haram, the same foreigners that operated the Civil War, the same the foreigners that have brought us problems. So God has ordered through GAGUT clearly now that you can't be imprisoned because it's not your nature to commit crime. There were no prisons or jails in Africa. So you can't come on this side and be imprisoned. You don't have a prison culture. You are not criminals. So GAGUT, the God order through GAGUT says you have to come out of the prisons. The 419 are foreign invention. Once in a while you see black people trying to, they're trying to return their stolen money from them using their own techniques. But that's not a way of life for black people. Black people are too proud to steal.
They're too intelligent.
They're too intelligent. You have to be a dumb person to steal. That's the philosophy of Africans. There's no part of Africa where they celebrate stealing. Nowhere in the entire African world. Because stealing is a sign of inferiority complex. Okay? It's like me trying to steal a mathematics work from somebody. You understand?
Yes.
How likely is it after?
It's an impossibility. There's no GIJ come J.
You understand me? Sai Hearn, are you there?
I said there was no GIJ.
Yes, sir.
What's the likelihood after I invented GIJ, comma J equal to an eighth of infinity that I'm going to steal somebody else's? So is there any other real math work beside that?
Never.
So what am I stealing from other people? That's how black people see the world. You understand?
Yes, sir.
It's like saying Michael Jordan's going to steal some basket, glory from somebody else. You understand?
Exactly.
What is it that he hasn't done already? What does he need to? He to say, gee, I scored better in this. No, they already know him to be a standard. You understand? That's how black people see the world. Okay? So in that dynamic, we don't steal. We don't have time for stuff like that. So we don't go to prison. We don't build prisons, period. So over here, prison is against our culture. That is not real. So just like the killing of our mothers, all that was happening before is equal to MC squared for the Jewish people. Please understand this. This is extremely important. After the formula has come out, the doors of the gas chambers were open and the Jews were let out. The same order that God has made, the prison doors here and the killing of the black people must end. But you must be ready, like the Jewish people, to put up the monuments for GAGUT. Therefore, anybody who is interested in stopping the killing of our mother must be for the monument of GAGUT. Do we understand that?
Yes. Does everyone understand that?
Yes, Professor. Yes, we
I
understand that.
agree.
Are we interested in making sure they stop the killing of our mothers?
I agree.
Therefore, we must be, and we know that the putting up of the monument for is equal to MC squared, forced the Jewish people out of the prisons and the gas chamber. Do we know that? Or do you want to?
Well, I now know that. I mean, I know that now. I know that now. I mean, I knew that.
Okay.
I mean, John briefed me about that. So that's what I find so fascinating. How formulas can really change the world.
Yeah. Well, the large formula in Berlin is still there. That's what got, that's how they got out of the gas chamber. So you have to do that. So, Sandra Bland was enough, more than enough. And they're still killing more, then there's something missing. The formula is here. It must, and we need lawyers to take this to Obama before he gets out of the office. We don't have a lot of time. The CBC have to bring on the floors of the Senate and the Congress. That's what the Jewish people were doing. Yes, when we were on the Senate, we were invited to the Senate. We didn't see. We invited them to join us In the Senate, they didn't show up.
Does everyone know the CBC stands for Congressional Black Caucus?
Yes.
Okay.
They were invited during the time Senator McCain, when Senator McCain invited the GAGUT, Fapid Institute of Technology staff to brief the Senate on GAGUT on January 27, 2000. Notice he had no problems inviting us, but the Congressional Black Caucus, who should have been more interested on an issue like this if it comes from the black people, they didn't show up.
They didn't show up, and they didn't invite us either. They didn't invite us to the Black Caucus. They didn't invite us. There was a lady from Florida that was trying to invite us. I don't think she was getting much of a cooperation. And they murdered some of our supporters from Florida. Like Reverend Professor Ingram was murdered. Okay? They've committed so much atrocities. I begin to tell you. So now, so therefore, you know, when they extend it to our mothers, that's part of the desperation. But we, you know, the monument is what we need. Okay, once you have the monument, it is going to stop. That's what I'm telling you. That's the best way to do it. It's because you don't spill any blood, you don't kill anyone. But it is so devastatingly powerful. You understand? Because it worked for the Jews. The Jews didn't take guns against the Germans. You understand? Although it was done in the overall war, but that war for us has been done. We won the war without killing anyone, so although we're killing our people, but that is frustration. To some degree, that is expected.
And only because our people aren't understanding GAGUT is that even possible.
If you're wearing your GAGUT shirt, tell those mothers to wear. See, on the surface, it looks like that's being militant. But first of all, if that is militancy, that is a safe militancy. Do you understand me? Let me explain it to you. When your enemy sees you in the shirt, many of them have enough intelligence to know that they find a black person shot with a GAGUT shirt is going to incriminate them. You all understand that? Is anybody?
Yep.
Okay, now I'm beginning to understand that. Okay. All right. Okay.
There will be consequences. The whole thing is they're trying desperately to ignore GAGUT.
Yes.
Okay.
If they shoot someone with the GAGUT shirt, it will force them to have to recognize GAGUT.
That's number one. But the more important, equally important is that they know that that is a hatred of GAGUT that caused that killing.
I'm going to get that shirt.
Yeah, I got to get the shirt.
Did you all understand that?
Yes, yes.
You can get the GAGUT shirt for $37 on PayPal like you did, and I can send it whatever size you'd like. Just send me an email. Just tell me now, and I will have that ready to ship out by tomorrow.
There's even a third point. A third point is that...
May I also add an old anecdotal incident that happened for myself?
Okay, go ahead.
In 2010, the GAGUT shirts have been available for almost about 7 years now. In terms of the one I wear, even though it's a pinkish, reddish color, that's basically the shirt. It has the 3 radical truths on it, the GAGUT formula, Professor Ebo's picture, and the history in terms of why this formula should not be getting the Galileo type treatment that it's getting in terms of, as you know, Galileo came up and understood the concept of a heliocentric model of the universe, a sun-centered solar system. And even though he had been correct, because it went against the dogma at the time that he lived in the late 1500s, early 1600s, he was actually branded a heretic of the church. He was not wrong, but only because what he had presented went against the current education and mentality of the people around him, he was punished. And it wasn't until almost 300 years later, after he died, the church finally apologized for their treatment of Galileo. So that, even amongst their own, you can see the difference in terms of difficulty, in terms of digesting the truth. But in the case of what I'm talking about, in 2010, I was waiting to be picked up by someone, and I was waiting at night in front of a store in a white Hispanic neighborhood, white and Hispanic. I'm not saying white Hispanic, but white people in Hispanic neighborhood. It wasn't a black area. And as I was waiting to be picked up, I noticed some people had seen me with my shirt. Well, they hadn't seen the shirt per se, but they'd seen me, and my appearance obviously intimidated them. So they'd called the police on me. Now, the situation could have easily been escalated to one of like Michael Brown or Eric Gardner, or even Trayvon Martin, in terms of the situation. And ultimately, as I was waiting in the parking lot, I didn't speak to anyone, did not talk to anyone. I was waiting to be picked up. But the people who were going to the store, they were walking from their cars into the store. They saw me, and they went inside and they called the police on me. And as the police came a couple of minutes after they called, I saw the cop car. I was waiting outside of a parking lot in front of a supermarket. This is out in the suburbs in Long Island in Suffolk County. The cop car pulled into the parking lot and got up until maybe about 30 or 40 feet away from me. The car, inside the car, I could see there was a police officer, and I could see he stopped. He was coming up to about to where I was on the curve, but he stopped, like I said, about 30, 40 feet from me. And he saw from that distance my shirt. He saw the formula. He read the shirt. He did a complete 180 in the road in terms of he turned 180 degrees in the opposite direction and drove off. This is not a boast. This is not a selling story. This is actually what happened. Absolutely. And that's when
that is
absolutely.
That's powerful.
He actually experienced this. And there was even a case of somebody who was supposedly not doing well in math.
Yes, there was also another instance we heard about someone who was going to a particular school, a prestigious school in this part of the country, who was basically being told by the school that his so-called grade average was so poor, so low, that he was going to have to leave at the end of the current semester he was in. And he had talked to us, he had heard about GAGUT, and when he found out about GAGUT, and he had asked questions about the GAGUT shirt, which he saw advertised on our website at the time. We got him a copy of the GAGUT shirt, and he wore the shirt into the same school that was telling him to leave if his semester if his GPA was not good enough. At the end of that semester, that same student who was being asked by the actual school to leave the school to go to another school, he got back to us the following year and reported that he had made Dean's List.
I don't think they got that.
Do you understand what Dean's List is?
Praise God. That is
Dean's List is, yes, thank you for this. Yes. But Dean's List is the highest echelon, as you know. So he basically went from being almost a dropout to basically making the top level or top tier of the students.
And the only difference was the shirt.
That is correct.
The GAGUT shirt was the only difference. So there's a lot of power here that to be tapped into. This is the third part. Okay, yeah.
You're going to mention the third part.
Okay, go ahead. You. Okay, well, no, that was the main thing. Right. Yeah. So that's okay. So these are things that you need to take very seriously because we talk about very precious lives here involved. So we got to really make sure. So, but I'm going to go through this very quickly because this is also an evidence of ClayMath fraud. Now, how many of you know about Professor Iya Abubakar? Dr. Adeji also was a doctor, I mean a PhD also. Okay? And Santo Bana, I'm not sure, but, you know, 2 PhDs. I'm not sure if Adeji is in sciences or what, but these are very learned people. But the one with overwhelming mathematics credential is Professor Iya Abubakar. He was even in Caltech, but got a PhD from Cambridge University. It's supposed to be the most prestigious, one of the most prestigious. The only university that is higher than Cambridge is Göttingen University in mathematics. So now, he moved a motion and convinced the entire Nigerian Senate to unanimously agree on this motion in a unified manner. So you have a person from the south, one from the middle belt, and the other one from the north. So we have a mix of our people, unified, you understand? and then went ahead and went into the Senate and unified the entire Nigeria. That they are not, we don't know of any or many other motions that, you understand, I even passed, let alone pass unanimously. In other words, everybody voted for it. But the dimension that relates to the fraud of Clay is what was recommended, which is as follows. Whereas eminent Africans, if you look in the top of the next page, can you see that? Page 320, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. He says, whereas eminent African scientists like Benjamin Banneker, a mathematical genius,
who designed the capital of Washington, D.C.
Okay, the architecture of ancient Egypt, which is the Gala, okay, when we were called Gala people, from the Ma.
Yeah, I just went to his museum, which is around the corner from me. I took my nephew to the Benjamin Banneker Museum, and it's like hours later that whole area got flooded, Ellicott City. So he was part of the Dogon tribe. He was a descendant of the Dogon tribe, according to that.
Miss Blake, it's important that you understand the proper term to use, and I'm not trying to be condescending here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The ethnic group. Ethnic group. I'm sorry.
Yes,
excuse me.
yes.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you for correcting me, John.
And you,
okay, go on. But basically, I thought that it was a fascinating tour, and his father he was enslaved, married, but basically his father taught him the star astronomy according to the African tradition.
Right.
And he was just brilliant. It was a really great tour. And then hours later, that whole city got flooded. I mean, it was amazing what happened that day.
Was this in Baltimore?
Yeah, this is Ellicott City, which is around the corner from Baltimore.
Okay.
I live 5 minutes from Ellicott City, where Benjamin Banneker was born and raised.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lady called Peggy Sitz who's been advocating for his memorial and all that. I don't know if you're familiar. Okay. Are you familiar with Peggy Sitz? S-E-A-T-S. Otherwise, look her up on the internet. Benjamin Banneker Memorial.
Okay, I will do that.
Peggy Sitz. Okay. And you could give her a call and so on, because I'm pretty sure.
I think I might have met her. She might have been one of the people who. I think I met her.
Okay.
I think I might have met her.
Yeah, that's one. And she was working with us also, on the same project. So anyway, architecture of ancient Egypt. That's when we're called Gala people. Gala. Okay, as a model to design and build the city of Washington, D.C., the United States capital. Daniel Williams III performed the first open heart surgery in modern medicine. Garrison Morgan invented gas mask and traffic light. Ralph Sampson also invented the first cellular phone, which has eventually become the foundation of modern telecommunications industry, etc. Whereas honor is given to whom honor is due, Nobel Prize is given to any individual, not really any, but any individual that has done great exploits and made important contributions to the development of science, medicine, literature, or world peace each year in Sweden. Whereas in science, eminent personalities from Europe have won the prize in different categories since the inception of the award. Whereas an accomplished Nigerian ranked among world's best scientists, a mathematician and physicist by name Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, has discovered God Almighty's grand unified theorem. Whereas this theorem can be used to proffer solutions to incurable diseases like AIDS and cancer. Whereas the mathematical equation known as God Almighty's grand unified theorem, GAGUT, is in his book entitled Grand Unified Theorem. Its geometric solutions are used to provide solutions to unsolved human problems and define unsolved human problems like Riemann hypothesis. If it was unsolved, but was already solved by the time this was being written. Okay? And also define the concepts of life and soul and spirituality and the representation of God as a creative as well as a unifying force. This is the theory Albert Einstein, the former scientist, researched for most of his life to no avail. So his geometric solutions are used to provide solutions to unsolved human problems. ClayMath, ignore that. Now, this is being authored by Cambridge PhD mathematician. Do you understand?
Does everyone understand that?
Do you all understand that?
That's offered by Professor Senator
Abubakar. Have you seen his bio? Anybody seen Professor Abubakar's bio?
I haven't.
Okay. Do you have anything up?
No, not what this is.
Okay, yeah, but do you have something you can read? Okay, we're going to get to something. Otherwise, he's on Wikipedia. Okay, PhD from Cambridge in mathematics. We're talking about what after. I think it was second after Chico B. Chico B was the first, supposed to be first from Cambridge. He comes a few years later on. That's who we're talking about, and you understand. But anyway, so now that's whereas Murray Gell-Mann reduced 100 subatomic particles to 3 classes of subatomic particles called quarks and leptons, and won the 1969 Nobel Prize in Physics. GAGUT has reduced 118 atomic particles called elements to 1 atomic particle called hydrogen or afrochrogen. Whereas GAGUT has been recognized by the American Mathematical Association, as we showed the other day, and the European Mathematical Society, the equation is capable of solving all mathematical problems. Did you all hear that? The equation is capable and has delivered of solving all mathematical problems. And with the 8 as of Ben, all of them have been solved. Can you see that, everyone?
Yes.
So when Clay Mathematics said there are problems that are unsolved, you can see how that is an attempt at trying to contradict this here that is authored by a Cambridge PhD mathematician. ClayMath cannot have anything better than a Cambridge trained mathematician. But Clay does not have such a person on their staff. They only claim to be associated with them because Clay organization is not a mathematics organization. Can you all see that?
Yes.
A Cambridge mathematician that has his name associated with it, because this document from Clay is not authored by any mathematician. This one is authored by a PhD in Cambridge mathematician. Can you see the difference? Is there anybody that has a problem understanding this point here? This is extremely critical. Is there anyone that can understand what is being? In other words, this statement says the equation is capable. When it says capable, it means it has the solution. In other words, capability in this sense is in terms of a general solution.
It means it can do it.
Yes, it can do. That means you can't just, it's not a guesswork. It's capable, it has a capability of doing that. And that capability comes in the GIJ, J, because every solution to the problem is in there. That is authored by Professor Abubakar.
So pretty much mathematics in general is GAGUT.
That's precisely what.
That's what the GAGUT. That's the base for why GAGUT was selected as the #1 work to honor Gauss. GAGUT has decoded that mathematics is a study of theorems, and GAGUT containing all theorems means GAGUT contains all the mathematics.
Because it says grand unified theorem.
So instead of studying the math we do, I'm saying this for everybody listening, we should just study GAGUT instead.
No, there's nothing outside of GAGUT. Not even all the other knowledges. That's why I said it's going to take you a while before you really get what you understand what's in your head. So don't let anyone steal your book. That's the most valuable. That's why you need to communicate with others. There's nothing more valuable than those two books in the dynamics of our existence. It has the totality of knowledge, absolute totality, because Riemann is there, Navier-Stokes is in there. Everywhere you see the G2j, that is the solution to every mathematical problem. Once you can prove it to be zero, that's an invariant, because then it satisfies the Gij, j equal to 0. And the eta sub n with eta sub infinity gives you all the building block where you could take each theorem, and that's what was done in the GAGUT, the G2j solution. You all understand? So I want everyone to understand that it says, now again, the equation is capable of solving all. It didn't say some. Did it say some? Did you see that there? Equation is capable of solving all mathematical problems. Is there anybody that cannot see that? If there's somebody who cannot see it, please, talk so we can hear and deal with it. This is the most critical part of the entire document.
Yes, I can see it, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah, because see, you can't get a better witness or a better writer of that statement. You can't get a better than a person with
NY and ARC LLC. Call from NY and ARC.
Hello? 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 You can keep going. Okay. So, it's important that you understand that statement. The equation is capable of solving all mathematical problems. Now, so somebody, Clay comes and say, well, he comes out and say, well, there are 7 unsolved math problems. Except you don't know his credentials. But this guy is wearing a PhD in mathematics from Cambridge and makes this statement. Which one are you more likely to believe? The Clay or the guy from Cambridge University in mathematics?
The guy from Cambridge.
That's what you have here.
Yes, the guy from Cambridge.
Sai,
yes.
Are you awake? Sai?
Yes.
Or you kind of dozing off, huh?
No, that's Abubakar.
Okay, that's what he says. The equation is capable of solving all mathematics. Did he say there were some problems that were left out that equation could not solve?
Every one of Clay's.
Exactly. That is evidence Clay is a fraud. Can you all see that? Can you all see that?
Yes, definitely.
Please underline that. That's extremely important.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, say that. So, in other words, you might say, well, you don't have the certificate from Cambridge, but you have an uncle that has already, you understand, and for some of you, it's a grandfather, you understand, that has already done that for you, and he's made the statement very loud and clear, and they presented it to all the mathematicians in Nigeria. Okay, yeah, of course I was there, they checked me out and they knew the deal, okay? But when he went into the political arena, they all went along. Every Nigerian was spoken for. And they agreed and they voted. There was no abstentions. There was no against. It was all, total agreement with all the content in this thing here, including that the equation has a capability of solving all problems. And so that's where G2j comes from. Do you all understand? Can you hear me and understand what I just made? Please underline that person is capable of solving all mathematical problems. Therefore, there are no such a thing as an unsolved problem.
Yes, Professor, yes.
Okay, so that's the importance in terms of actually exposing the fraud of Clay. So Clay going and saying there are 7 unsolved problems is a fraud. But now, to prove Clay more clearly wrong, here is the G2j solution in the books. And notice they're keeping a low profile and then trying to put up a black face to cause more problems. So therefore, now this is an official position of the black people that GAGUT has solved all mathematical problems. And although they were not written out individually because you can't write out the specifics of each solution to every problem. It's like trying to write down the solutions to every addition problem, possible. You can't do that, but you can tell them how to get a solution to such a problem. That's what is done through eta sub n. I know that is kind of difficult in terms of understanding it, but that is the fundamental. The best you can do is to get a general solution. Now, after that general solution, you can always put a little twist here and there, and then you get specifics. What's important is to know how you get the solution, or that in mathematics they call it existence. This one goes more than proving existence, because once you've proven the solution is exist, you've really solved the problem. Going to the nitty-gritty and pulling it out, it becomes turning on the crank. You know it's going to be out because it's been cranked, but this one goes and gives you the eta sub n, which is the actual, fundamental building block to construct the building. It's like all the blocks needed for a building, and you've done your computation, I know it's going to fit. Going to put up the building is a secondary dynamic, so that once you've proven that it's going to fit in a way that is infallible.
I'm sending you another invite. Did you get the other one?
That's what we're talking about. Does everybody, understand at least from what is written there that when somebody tells you after this statement, there's still some unsolved problem that is fraudulent? Is there anybody can pick that up? Because that's the goal of this presentation. Can everybody see something wrong with that?
Yes.
Yeah, we understand. Professor, answer this. What's the purpose of Clay mathematics propping up a black puppet if they don't want to, if Jim Crow is trying to prevent Africans from knowing their true selves and their true power through GAGUT? I mean, why are they using a black man now?
I'm glad you could make it.
Yes. Well, the purpose, that's a good question.
Yes, right.
By first of all saying, by them saying that there's still some unsolved problem, it's trying to contradict that GAGUT is the grand unified theorem. Do you understand?
Okay.
That's
All right.
That's the purpose.
Okay.
That's one purpose.
Okay, that's one focus. Okay.
Well, that's one of their goals. Okay, so that's like saying, well, GAGUT couldn't be a grand unified theorem because these are problems GAGUT could not solve. That's a contradiction. So, therefore, the origin of where that came from, which is the black people, and specifically Nigeria, they have to go over there. They spent $55 million trying to campaign against GAGUT in terms of the media and trying to buy votes to go against the GAGUT legislations. That's the dirty work that's done by foreign agents in countries. $55 million between 2004 and 2005, that was dumped in there. So they hired agents in the media, even in academia and so on. They give them a couple of dollars and ask them to go and campaign against GAGUT. So they took the money and they campaigned. So you couldn't see GAGUT in any media up to today. So that was number one. Number two, this legislation, which was supposed to have been followed through, although there was an attempt, but there were actual attack on the personnel. When they were going to announce the African International Prize, which was a materialization of part of the materialization of this legislation, the CIA and the foreign enemies went into Nigeria and tried to bribe their way through the security forces to arrest the black people who were organizing the award. It was a war. And we had people from here who were participating, like Minister Clemson Brown, who was on the ground watching that dynamics happen. And then over there, of course,
this is amazing.
No, this is war. This is a very serious issue. Okay, so now, so then, and that was since 2005. 2005 was like a climax in terms of, because that's when Göttingen surrendered. That's why they're very angry with the Göttingen document. That Göttingen document is one of your most, and then Yale and that sculptor. Those are some of every black person must have that frame and pass it on from generation to generation. It is so critical, those documents, they're so critical that you understand, as you grow in your spirituality of GAGUT, you will value those. That's what disproves any idea of you. You understand? The whole idea of slavery is eradicated from your mind forever as an impossibility. You can't be a slave to anyone. Jim Crow is not even qualified. He's barely qualified. It's your second class kind of slave. They're definitely not the first class. Because the IQ gap is so different. Like I said before, 4 units is what you need to have, we're slave animals. Okay, human beings. So Jim Crow can keep dogs and even chimpanzees or monkeys or whatever. Do you understand? With the 4 with the 4 units of intelligence differential. But our differential between us and them is 28 from 19. That's more than twice the 4 that is a minimum that's required for you to enslave someone. That's how far down they are. And I had a grandfather that, you understand, differentiated which of the European slaves he's going to keep. Okay? He chose the Germans because he didn't think the other Europeans were qualified to be his slave. Okay? So when I tell that, people find it incredibly hard to believe, just like they have a difficulty understanding GAGUT. People that bear gala, they're not black people to be messed with, because those are the ones that have a very high spirit. I mean, their spirituality is so stubborn and so powerful, you can't get over them. It doesn't matter how much you try. The stuff you see in the Kenta Kunte is the non-black, propaganda about how they're victorious over blackness. That's not real. A great-great-grandfather of mine was called Ojo Dale the Almighty, had a German slave. And my other grandfather was a general. General Akwagaru had a slave plantation for the non-blacks in Nigeria. That's what Gala means. It was in a place called Keffi, Keffi, a plantation when non-blacks who were captured in terms of them trying to, attack the Gala kingdom. They were captured and they were put on a plantation there, and that contributed to what you call here as the Emancipation Proclamation. General Akwagaru, that's Agaru, that's the mother's name, Aku, A-K-U. That name is dreaded among foreigners. And he was a crown prince, was going to become the Pata. So there's a lot of history you never heard. So you hear the word slave thrown at you, forget it. Break that shackles mentally. It's not possible for you to be slave to anyone. I never
knew. I never heard this chapter.
Oh well, that's GAGUT. It's the GAGUT age. It's the GAGUT age of intelligence. It's the absolute truth. I don't tell you anything that is not. It's a GIJ. Do you understand? Akwagaru was a real person. They stole his father's picture. That is in one of the silos of the Queen Elizabeth. His name is Atapata Amaga. That was the father of Akwagaru. And Amaga was buried like the pharaoh. He was the Pata. That's my great uncle. And my own great-grandfather himself was Gala. That was his name, G-A-L-A, Ogala. Pata Ogala was buried like a pharaoh. That's Gala. That's your real story. The other things are propaganda, Hollywood stuff. And they've been feeding all of us down for you to succumb to fraud. So now that GAGUT is here, those shackles are broken forever. So you're going to be putting up the monument, because the monument is real. There's nothing that's going to make G2j, J equal to 0 disappear and it has been. These are real forever. And Einstein said it. He says politics is for the moment, but equations are forever. That's how his people got out of the gas chambers. The same way you're going to get out of the prisons. And you're going to break the shackles of the slave in your mind. The only people who are slaves are people with lower IQs. You don't have low IQs. You have ATAS of 28, the non-blacks have ATAS of 19. You can't be slave to those people. That's not real. Otherwise, dogs will be masters for humans. And God will become our slaves also. That's not reality. That's not GAGUTical. So you've been sold a bill of goods, a fraud. That's what Jim Crow is perpetrating. That's what Clay is perpetrating in this document. Professor E. Abubakar Clay said, GAGUT equation is capable of solving all, it didn't say some, but all of mathematical problems, including the ones listed by ClayMath, so-called math. Obviously, ClayMath has no credentials in mathematics. What it has power to do is fraud and misleading of people. It's misleading the whole world and jeopardizing American security right now. That's what Jim Crow does, what ClayMath is doing. So if you're, it's like saying the Jews never invented, it's like Clay not recognizing E is equal to MC squared. That's what it's equivalent to. Although it's one equation, but it has liberated the whole people from gas chambers. Your equation has no limits, so that verifies your invincibility, past, present, and the future. Nobody, I mean, when they came on your shores, you told them you were invincible because you told them your name was Gala. You can't be conquered, but we're going to retreat. So we don't engage you in destruction of lives. But you can't conquer us because we are your superiors. That's what our people told them. That is the truth, and that has been verified very loud and clear. So that's embodied in this document here. So whereas Professor Edith Lutyens, mathematics professor and an aide to Albert Einstein, who was thrilled by Professor Yibo's formulation of the as the first to complete the task, that intrigued and challenged Einstein and many other luminaries in science, thereby placed him in the ranks of world-class scientists. Whereas distinguished professors such as Cambridge-trained physicist Professor Joshua Aniwo praised Professor Yibo's work as the cleanest, most carefully articulated, most comprehensive, and authentic presentation of a unifying theory of physics that he has ever encountered. Whereas Professor George Handelman, former head of mathematics department at Brown University, and Amos Eaton Professor of Mathematics, ranked Professor Yibo among those who made significant contributions to the field. John? Yes, okay. I don't know if this works. Okay. This document is extremely critical. So, and directly or indirectly, you're going to see things that begin to evolve that you knew was possible, because you've been swallowing a lot of lies before this point. Okay? So whereas Professor Yibo was nominated on 2 consecutive occasions for the Nobel Prize in Physics in view of his practical and theoretical contributions in the world of science, whereas the Director General of the UNESCO, now this point is very important, UNESCO has been involved in this process. His Excellency Mr. Koichiro Matsuura has thrown his weight behind Professor Yibo's accomplishment in the area of mathematical physics. He has expressed strong desire to involve him in the work of UNESCO, International Center for Theoretical Physics, in Trieste, Italy, and this year's celebration of the International Year of Physics by UNESCO. That's UNESCO. The person who delivered that message was Okay, the next person that his name comes up is Uzogara still there?
Mr. Gozar, are you still on? Mr. Gozar, can you hear us? Charles, are you there? Mr. Charles?
Okay.
Mr. Charles, can you hear us?
Okay. Let me go ahead and see what happens. Okay, so now, so it says, whereas His Excellency, whereas Professor Fabian Osuji, Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria, at GAGUT Summer Workshop held from 19 to 23, July 2004, New York, USA, remarked Professor Yibo's third-time nomination last year for the Nobel Prize in Physics as a major recognition of his the profound nature of his refreshing contribution to scientific thought. Whereas His Excellency, President, Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, has conveyed the fullness of our excitement and enthusiasm about Professor Yibo's great exploits in science and his message through the Minister of Education to the genius. Now, the President of Nigeria during that time was also the President of the so-called Commonwealth that includes Britain, the home base for BBC. He not only recognized, he wrote 2 letters congratulating us for GAGUT. And yet BBC, that's supposed to be a primary medium or media facility for the Commonwealth, is ignoring GAGUT, while the chief, the head of the of Commonwealth, has so much respect for GAGUT. That's a contradiction, and again, evidence of fraud by BBC. Okay? And whereas for the 5th, Professor Gabriel Audo-Oyibo has addressed the American Senate on the there's something that without done. No, the other way. Yes. The dynamics of his theorem. Be it resolved, if we want other nations, and indeed the world, to recognize and appreciate the accomplishment of African geniuses, African nations should, as a matter of urgency, create mechanism for recognizing and honoring the geniuses and great exploits of our race. That this distinguished Senate do urge the federal government of Nigeria to liaise with other members of the African Union to immediately institute the African International Prize for Science and Technology, with a prize money higher than that of the Nobel Prize. That it is necessary and expedient for Nigeria and other African nations to make legislative provisions for the enthronement of African International Prize for Science and Technology. Now, Professor Gabriel Audo-Oyibo, by consensus, as the first recipient of the maiden edition of the award, that the Senate do congratulate Professor Gabriel Audo-Oyibo on his achievements and honor him with an invitation to address this distinguished Senate in the chamber on his God Almighty's grand unified theorem, GAGUT. So, but I'm going to get back to Sister Blake's question with regards to why are they using Okpemi Enoch if indeed they do not want to honor black people. It's a desperate effort. They couldn't find something else. They wanted me dead for the longest time. That, was supposed to have ended the whole process. So they have other options. That other options include, there's something called the black on black crime. Civil War in Nigeria have black people fighting other black people. Any number, the whole continent is supposed to be black people fighting. They're so-called, GAGUT forced them to surrender. The Arab to surrender South Sudan. And as that process was going on, our enemies were brewing trouble because every bullet costs money. They're draining that money out, although they're not using it much for any useful stuff because obviously they don't understand that is bad business. Blood money is not exactly the holiest way to make money. And the way the money comes to you is the way it's going to go, which is what I was explaining earlier in terms of you got to understand the value of something. Anything you get without recognizing the value, you can never get any use out of it. If you get a Mercedes-Benz, a brand new Mercedes-Benz where you don't pay a penny for it, it's not going to last. It's going to go as easy as it came. So it is that as you listen to GAGUT, if you don't know the value, it comes in 1 year and it goes in another. Even their own Ivy League schools, they give their lectures. The lecture that they offer their students, they spread them out on the internet and all that. You understand? You don't pay for it. You're not going to value too much of it. Plus, it's not going to turn into a degree for yourself anyway, because they're definitely not going to be giving you degrees. So there has to be an appreciation of a value in anything for it to be useful to you. So that's extremely important. So in this case, when they got Perelman, the first place they went into hit was Nigeria, because the idea of a recognition for a black man being the most intelligent human being destroys their whole system. So they have to eradicate it. So to eradicate it, they will have to eliminate GAGUT. So first attempt is to pretend they are so-called unsolved math problems. That's why this document is very critical. There's no such a thing as unsolved math problems. That's what I've been going over this last couple of days with you. And I will continue until you understand that. There's only one equation, that's Gij, J equal to 0, and the solution has been provided perfectly, which is eta sub n, or eta sub infinity. So you can't do more than that. You have an equation, you have exact solutions. It's not like Einstein's equations of relativity that they only have a couple of solutions because they don't know they don't have solutions for it. Okay, so there are a lot of equations that are created, but very few have solutions. GAGUT is the exact opposite. Not only does it contain all equations and theorems, but it has all the solutions. That's what makes me the ultimate intelligence. So once you've done that, there is no more unsolvable problem. And that's what's indicated in this document. That's a legal document. It's a legal document which has gone through the most rigorous review, including the verification from a Cambridge-trained PhD in mathematics. You can't get better in the European world than having a PhD in mathematics from Cambridge University. So that summarized. So therefore, the role for Kwame Enoch was then to actually come in and be giving a phony award that he solved the Riemann hypothesis, and he's going to be giving some money. And because he's supposed to be a black face, he's going to divide the black people up. Because certainly, first of all, he has no credential anywhere near Professor Iya Abubakar. He's not qualified to be whatever. I mean, this is not, you understand? So he is trying to agree with the contradiction that GAGUT hasn't solved all the problems. That's the role of a Kwame Enoch, which is a fraud, very clearly. So this document is a verification of that fraud, which says GAGUT is capable of solving, even just the capability not alone is in mathematics. You know, that's even more than just proving existence of a solution. It says it's capable. It didn't say it is possible, just capable. Has the capacity to solve every other problem. That's because when you have a general solution, you can construct, you know, so the capabilities, the existence of the solutions, okay, has been proven. But this is more than existence because it actually gave you the eta sub n. And eta sub n is, or eta sub infinity is all the possible building block you need, just like I said before. Once you've designed a building and you have crafted out the blocks of building it, you know, so you can say that those blocks are capable of setting up that building, and that is what we mean. You know,
Please hold, everyone. Please hold, everyone.
So, therefore, that's his role, is to contradict this document and give legitimacy to Clay. Clay has no legitimacy. It's a fraud because there's no such a thing as an unsolved math problem. In addition, Clay does not have credential to make a decision as to whether a problem has been solved or not. So they are bringing Perelman into Nigeria. It's a clear evidence of their focus on GAGUT. To try to stop the people from thinking GAGUT, to say Clay is the real thing and that GAGUT is not. As you can see, that fraud is doomed to death. This document is one of the evidence. So you have to return this to this document and forget about some low IQ creatures trying to prevail against God, in effect. That's what Jim Crow is trying to do through the ClayMath. That's why they cannot engage GAGUT. So you've seen evidence from Harvard, Arthur Jaffe, from Harvard, that was the first president of Clay, refusing to teach GAGUT unto their own students in order to perpetrate fraud of the legitimacy of Clay, trying to use Harvard as a backup or a support. But all that has been busted by GAGUT. So Perelman was supposed to be used along with Okpemi Enoch. I mean, without GAGUT, you will never see Jim Crow trying to look for a top, an award-winning mathematician from Nigeria. For people who couldn't even give Chinua Achebe a Nobel Prize, they couldn't be going to Nigeria. Chike Obi had, you understand, was far more qualified, especially during his time. He never got an award from them, nor did Professor E. Abubakar. These are extremely brilliant mathematicians. Or, Professor Showmi, and in the book you will see a piece on Professor Showmi, okay, who disappeared mysteriously. So out of the thin air comes out Okpemi, who nobody heard about. This guy, I mean, there's no evidence he would understand Riemann hypothesis. So the idea was to actually show you nothing and insult your intelligence. You're going to believe whatever bullshit, like the Perelman. You never saw Perelman present anything on Poincare, but when we present GAGUT, you can see how we do it. When we went and took on the entire world. Nothing like that has been done previously in the history of science, where a black man takes the whole world. And like Minister Brown said after witnessing the encounter over the 30 days, Jim Crow did everything they could to try to penetrate. They failed woefully. That's a miracle. That's what we're dealing with. So in this phase, as I was telling everyone the other day, they could have found an Uncle Tom from anywhere in the world. The mere fact of them going to Nigeria, okay, in the state where I was born, not very far from my hometown, as a matter of fact, okay, and try to use him, that is really trying to divert the focus. It makes it very difficult for some Nigerians to say, gee, our son is being recognized, and not knowing it was a trap. Because by accepting such a recognition, you're giving up an ultimate blessing from God. And it's an illusion because the person that they're supposed to be recognizing has no credentials. There's no way Kwame is going to get any respect. He doesn't sound like he knows any mathematics. Nobody knows where he popped up from, but he serves a tool for divide and conquer. So when this document is verified through the G2j solution, because it's infallible as expected and it's older than ClayMath. So in fact, the blackface is put up in order to legitimize the existence of clay. And if clay exists, that contradicts GAGUT. So it's an attack on GAGUT. In other words, the blackface is being used to attack GAGUT, which is your license to the leadership of the whole world forever. Sister Blake, I hope that answers your question.
Miss Blake? Miss Blake, can you hear us? Miss Blake, can you hear us? Can anyone hear us? Please answer.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Lawson. Miss Blake, can you hear us? Mr. Gozar, can you hear us?
So this document, I guess everybody must must have reached their limit. So anyway, so we got a little bit in today. The key thing is Clay is one of the leaders of the fraud, and the Nigerian blackface is they're trying to use him to help them out in their fraud. But this document destroys that. And you understand everything that is GAGUT. That means you must distribute the books. You must set up the monument. You have to go about. You have to.
Miss Lawson wasn't there when you were going over that aspect about the protecting of the mothers.
Oh yes, the
Miss Lawson, you're still with us, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Our mothers are being slaughtered. The only way to stop it now is through your participation of the distribution of the books. GAGUT has to be seen everywhere. That's the only way you can stop the killing, because the killing has several dimensions. One is to aggravate you into a situation where you begin to play their games, and a couple of responses that our people have given have been very devastating. Okay, to show that if we want to kill, we can kill. Okay, but GAGUT supersedes, it's much higher than the killing. First of all, there is no logic in killing on more than one grounds. One, killing your opponent does not glorify your victory, because the whole essence of the victory is for you to enjoy the glory of the victory, meaning your opponent to watch you live your victory in terms of saying, hey, you're the superior, you're the man or the woman, you're the lady, you're the queen, you're the king. But if you slaughter them, then that's not going to happen. Then that's not a victory, because that's not your goal. As a matter of fact, before the active war is started, usually both parties will try to encourage the other party, the opposing party, to agree to their terms, in which case that will eliminate any engagement. Okay, sometimes they could even compromise, and then there will be no bloodshed. There will not be any actual engagement. So most wars really do not really like an actual active war. They like to have things settled. Okay, somebody wants a peace Another person, sometimes they negotiate it, or the bully prevails, but without bloodshed. So it's not a reality that in every war people like to kill, and that's the ideal part of it on the creature's level is what God did with me, because I didn't have to kill anyone to be ordained the most intelligent human being, which is the ultimate goal of every war. Not just the most, the ultimate intelligence. You know, Gauss didn't have to kill either, at least not to the best of my knowledge. And you understand, so anywhere they have ranked him the greatest mathematician before antiquity. That's a baton that has been handed over to me. I didn't have to kill either. So war requires application of that intelligence in more than one dimension. So therefore, once you've proven to be the most intelligent race, that automatically makes you the richest and the most powerful. So using a black face is to make you feel the exact opposite of that. That's the purpose of a premiano. You know, but it's also supposed to cause divisions and fights among our people. That's what makes it dangerous. So this kind of document and the books and your shirts and your legislations and your your monuments. You have to embark. I've said that so many times now. You have to really embark on the monuments. And the other day we shared with you the so-called apology from BBC,
yes, the BBC,
which was obviously superficial. We haven't heard from them since then. We haven't heard even any acknowledgement of what we sent over them. But and each of you need to also take it up with not only BBC but also Clay, and then also. But what's important is that you speak for yourself and ignore, even if Clay offers to speak for you, ignore them because they never tell the truth. That's number one. Number two, and more importantly, they don't have the credentials. They don't have the brains to judge you. So, and the proof of that is really one of the major proof, of course, not only GAGUT, but the G2j. So that's what we're dealing with here. So I think everybody's tired and we can we can look forward to the next presentation, probably one before the end of the month, the usual. But you all must also pace yourself so that these monuments are brought up so as to stop them killing more of our people, especially our mothers. Okay, so you got to take that serious. So if you angered by the killing of our mothers, then we must distribute books. We must wear GAGUT shirts, but even more important, we must work on the monument. So you want to get architects. Find more about the E=mc square monument, how it was constructed, and so on and so forth. People need to come together and take this seriously. This is not some feel-good history. This is, you understand, has everything in it, including our right moment life dynamics. So this is an action dynamic for us in terms of something we need to do now to be alive and live our lives like we were created to live our lives by God, which is, to be in a position where we glorify God by allowing God's light to shine through us. So that's what we need to do today. And God bless you all, and pray that you able to get more inspiration. But I've given you quite a bit of things to chew on, and I went over this document again because this definitely shows the evidence of ClayMath fraud that is being supported by BBC and CNN
And Yahoo and all these
and Yahoo and ABC and all the other Jim Crow systems. So, so that's where things are today, and I hope you all have a good morning. So,
thank you for making it, Miss Lawson, and I hope all of you have a God-blessed time. Good night.
Unless there are questions, if there are some questions, we'll take one more, a couple of them if there are any. Otherwise, we'll see you the next presentation.
Yes,
And
thank
of course, yeah, go ahead.
Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you to Honorable Professor Gabrielle. We really appreciate you, and also Professor John, and I'm here to support your endeavors because this is very important to mankind. So
thank you for
we're very honored to be able to just listen and get a drop today, and so please keep in touch, and whatever I need to do for the highest good so that my light continues to shine and reflecting God's love and peace. Say one love. It's very important. Thank you.
I would also like to thank the professor and John for taking the time and investing in their community. I have really grown, and I'm being blessed by participating in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for those godly words.
Very much.
Okay. So God bless you all, and I hope you have a God-blessed night, and hope to hear from you all again soon.
God bless.
Be godly, focused, and vigilant, and know that God is with you through GAGUT.
Also with you both.
Praise God, and have a good night, everyone.
Good night.